Well, it's 8:01 by my clock, so I say let's get started. Let's see. Stop presenting here. So, good morning, everybody. So, those of you guys don't know me, I'm Stephen Fillmore, the Forest Fuels Officer on the Cleveland National Forest. I'll be your facilitator today. I guess the lead instructor for the class too, as a matter of record. So, if you need anything administratively related to this class, just get a hold of me. Down the road, I've got a few administrative things to get through. First of all, you can hear me all right, right? No issues there? All right, cool. Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. So there's a few things. So this is the RT300s, the burn boss refresher. Per policy, it's required every 2 years. The Cleveland, we've been doing this this time of year most years, so I appreciate our folks joining. And one of the things that we thought we would do in light of the new one region work, and considering the fact that we're all dealing with the COVID mitigations, was to try to do this thing virtually, which I think is kind of new. So hopefully it works. There wasn't much of a template to work off of, so I hope that you find this valuable and are able to feel refreshed as we move into the burn season. And I'm happy that we were able to have people from up and down the state actually join us as well too. I think that's kind of cool. It's not something that we normally have as an opportunity for us. So welcome. So what the course is per the NWCG requirements for the course, it's a minimum 4 hours. So we've scheduled it for that, 8 to 12. There's a few topic areas that the California Fuels Committee has put together as some requisite components of the class. So we'll be covering those as part of the agenda. Actually, and speaking of the agenda, if you look in the conversation bar, which is this little, if you look at the top of your screen, between the two little people and between the hand is a little thing that says conversation. If you scroll all the way to the top, I mean all the way to the beginning of it, there's a few things that have been posted there. The first one is a Google form, and I'll talk about this in a second. It's the registration for the class, or like the virtual sign-in. And then underneath that it says RT300 agenda. That's the agenda for the class if you're interested in seeing what the agenda is. I believe all you got to do is click on that and download it. And then Robin has some stuff directly underneath that. So that's the agenda. We'll be going through that. And then to sign in for this class, I know it's more or less on the honor system, whether you actually sit and listen to this class for 4 hours. But what I did is I put together a Google form. So what I'm asking is that all the attendees individually, even if there's 2 or 3 of you sitting around the computer, which I know there is for some of you, please go into this Google form. Short questions, your name, your unit, and what I'm particularly interested in is because we're going to need to mail the hard copy certificates to folks that are not on the Cleveland. If you could put a good mailing address and a phone number in case there's an issue, I would appreciate that. So don't all have to do it right now, but over the course of this meeting, if you can go in and please sign that sign-in form, that would be great. Yeah, and like I said, if there's multiples of you sitting around, just let me know, send me an email or text or something like that so I know. And then it's probably going to be a few weeks for the cert also because I'm going on leave for about 10 days after this, so I got to work with the ECC. So be looking for them in 2 or 3 weeks, and if you don't see them, get a hold of me. So I'm going to bring up the agenda now, actually. Just look at it real quick. Bring it up over.
Hey, Stephen, this is Kevin Osborne.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm not seeing the forms at the top of the chat, and it sounds like there's a few other people having the same issue.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's because people joined afterwards. I bet it's that. Okay. I'll repost it. Not a big deal. Thank you for letting me know about that. No, that's a good call. These are the kinks that we don't know, until you start this. So I'll repost that in a second. All right, so I'm going to present, if I can here. Just real quick. All right, are you seeing the agenda? Well, I'm going to assume that you're seeing the agenda. So we're going to start with an overview and intro, and then we've got some regional office
Yep.
folks. All right, thank you. Yeah, if I ask a question, if someone could just answer it, that would be great. This is a discussion class. So we'll talk about some regional updates. I got Robin and possibly Lance, and I think James should be on here as well too. And then we got Nicole coming in for a little while just to kind of give an update on some prescribed fire, sciencey type stuff, kind of a RX 310 sort of reboot, little discussion. And then Diane Travis from the Angeles has a component. We're going to talk about complexity and risk. Hopefully our forest supervisor here on the Cleveland, Scott Tingenberg, is going to come in and discuss some line officer perspectives. Then Dana Bray, fuels tech here on the forest, talking about amendments. Got a video that Lauren from the Purdue is going to present, and then we'll at the very end we'll talk about some escape fire reviews. We'll talk about the one that happened here on the Cleveland South Main Divide, and then I did a analysis, an escape fire review analysis of the fires from 2019 and 2020 that were lost, and then we'll close out and try to be done by noon. And that's my intention, is to try to keep to that agenda as closely as possible. So forgive me if I turn into a a timing czar or whatever. So, but I'll do my best with that. So without further ado, then Stan, unless Michael's on here, would you mind giving a little bit of a on behalf of the Cleveland update, and I will repost the Google form here for you all.
Sure, I can do that. Good morning, everybody. For those visitors that are on, thank you, Stephen, for opening this up to other folks, and so we can capture some COVID mitigation type stuff, and help with the collective. One program will work. Most of us know each other, but some of us do not. So my name is Stan Hill. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief here on the Cleveland National Forest. Longtime proponent of prescribed fire, and been fortunate to have been on the Cleveland my entire career, where prescribed fire is a big deal. So yeah, as far as what we're doing today, again, appreciate the attendance and the contribution from looking at the agenda there. We do have Stephen's put together quite an array of presenters. So as he did, I would just reiterate and ask that you do your very best to pay attention to everything that's being presented. The people that are presenting put time and effort into it. So the mutual respect part of this is just to give them your full attention to the best of your ability. I understand that maybe some other things going on. Obviously, it's a beautiful day. I saw yesterday, I think probably most of you probably seen this already. I think Stephen forwarded it out to our group, but there's from Lance, Stephen, that email that looks like we have a little bit of a relaxation on the restriction to pile burning. So not sure if they're going to address that or not, but I figured it would come up. But that's a good thing. But we do want to just us here on the Cleveland folks have been running and gunning all summer long, and we want to try to balance two things, right? We want to take advantage of the opportunities that present themselves, but at the same time we also want to take advantage of the opportunities for folks to get a little bit of rest. And holidays are going to be stressful enough, being that you can't be with your family as traditional, but it is what it is, and we'll get through it. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to you, Stephen. And again, thank you for putting this together from the green room.
From the green room, absolutely, every time, man, until probably next year. Okay, cool. Robin, I tried to repost your stuff. Looks like we have some more people that are coming in. I'll just repost the attendance Google Drive link and the agenda a few times over the course of the class, so everyone gets a chance to go in and sign that, and I'll remind everybody at the end. All right, so very good. Thank you, Stan. Well, cool. We're already ahead of schedule. Am I missing anything administratively I could think of? I don't think so. Looking at my notes. Oh, the last thing I wanted to mention, thank you, Stan, was, normally when we do this class, we do it in person. And although I am very bummed that we're not going to be able to do our normal quiz game show, Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, or whatever, all the things that we've done, I couldn't figure out a way to do that for this class. I know that's mostly the reason why people come to our our famous RT300s. I still would like to have some discussion. So there should be some time after most of the speakers to actually have some discussions. Probably not a ton of time, but if you have some questions, for sure, let's use the thing in Teams where you can raise your hand or put your question in the meeting chat, and we'll try to get to as much as possible. And I will help to facilitate that as much as possible. And then, of course, the speakers will be available afterwards as well. But we're definitely looking for some discussion in this. We don't necessarily want to just speak at you for 4 hours. It'd be better if you have some involvement. So that's all I'm asking for. Cool. All right. Well, Robin, then we're a couple minutes early, but that gives you a little extra time. I'd like to introduce Robin Woods. She works for the region and the regional fuel staff, and asked her to come in and speak to what we usually do in the beginning of the classes is we always do kind of an update on the policy changes that have happened in the last year or two. And then there's some other more short-term things that are going on that I'm sure she'll want to speak to. So I'll turn the floor over to Robin, and then if James is on, and then of course Lance Noxon if he comes on as well too. So I'll turn it over to you, Robin, to lead the show. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you everyone for being here. So I'm going to apologize for my PowerPoint in advance. The coloring is not the best, but I would like this discussion. I would like it to be more of a discussion. So if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. And Stephen, if you can monitor the hand raising while I'm presenting, that would be great. I work at the regional office in fuels, and we're gonna go ahead and start sharing this PowerPoint, and if all goes well, it'll pop up on your screen. There's documents going to be posted in the chat. There was a briefing paper that was sent out. I'm sure that Stephen sent it out all to you guys. That's where the leader's intent is going to come from. So if you don't want to look at my gold and black PowerPoint, just pull up that Word document, and let's get started. I'm trying to share, and we'll see how that goes. It's spinning. Are you guys? Okay, let's see. This. Go in here to my desktop.
Yeah.
Yes, can you see the desktop? It is like moving in slow motion.
Yep. Now you just got to choose the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to get here. Are you seeing it yet? Okay, I see you guys.
You're still a minute ahead of time, so you're fine. No pressure.
Okay, so it is showing this and not showing my desktop. It's showing you guys. I see you guys. Can you see my desktop yet?
Now it's still the gallery view.
Okay, how about this? Got it now?
1 second.
I'm delayed. I'm super delayed on this end. Are you seeing it?
It's still delayed. Give it a second here to refresh. Maybe if you do stop present and try again and do the other screen.
Copy. Let's see. I'm trying to get back. It's like frozen. Okay, I am leaving. This is amazing. It won't let me. Stop. Okay, so
Do you want me to try to? Whoops.
take over? Or
Yeah,
like,
well, I didn't mean to do that, to try to stop it, and then you can take it back
yeah,
over.
yeah. Let's do that. I'm having a super big delayed.
It's okay, and I can if I have the presentation, I can always show it, display it for you too if you need. But I don't think I have it.
You do not. Okay, so while that's going on, why don't you all open up the first document. It's titled 11/3/2020, I think. If you guys want to open up that. Yeah, I'm completely frozen on my end.
Okay.
So basically, the first slide that we were going to be talking about was leaders' intent. And so, as all of you know, we went into a new process where we need to get regional approval to burn. That has been lifted for pile burning. As of last night, the way for to initiate pile burning is you have the forest fuels officer or the forest chief send an email. There's a list of people to send the email to. Oh, is it showing up now? Can you see?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Still looking at the gallery view, locked up.
Okay. So there's a new process in place, right? So you have to send an email and basically state how big the pile unit is, how many acres, duration of ignition, and I guess the last part, and how many resources that you're going to need. So that's a step up from having to go through the zones and then through the forest zones and then up to the regional office. So that came about kind of quickly and was a tad bit unexpected, but that's a process that we're going to start to use from now on with understory burning until we get the main process back in place. So does anybody have any questions about that? Like, since we're having such technical difficulties right now, do we want to have a discussion about that? Is there any questions that you have for me?
Sure.
My computer is completely frozen.
It's okay. So you're
Okay.
talking about, this is the, are you talking about the email then that just came out last night?
Yes.
Okay.
Last night, and the new process, the interim process for understory burning.
Okay. And I just shared that in the chat box here with everyone as well, to those two documents again.
Does anyone have any questions regarding that?
Looks like Diana has her hands up.
Okay, I can't see anything. My computer is completely locked up, everyone. Sorry about this.
So thank you for the clarification. This is Diane Travis from the Angelus. I just wanted to clarify that there's two different processes, one for pile burning and then one for the understory and or broadcast.
Correct.
And okay.
Yes, and then basically the pile burning is email. You can send emails, right, to get it approved. There doesn't need to be a formal discussion, basically, and like there is with the interim process.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? I feel so bad. I don't know how my computer will stop taking over the whole thing.
Do you want me to try to request control again? Did that request
Yeah,
come up?
nothing happened. Everything is just frozen. I can't even pull up the Teams.
Do you want to email me your PowerPoint presentation? Are you able to do that?
I am not able to do anything.
Okay,
on
no
my
worries.
computer.
I think Gabe's hand was up. I think Gabe Foster's hand was up. Is that correct? Maybe not. Gabe, did you have a question? It looks like we lost him. All right. Oh
How
wait, no.
about
He's,
now?
yeah,
Can
go
you hear
ahead.
me now?
I can
Go
hear
ahead,
you.
sir.
Hey, good morning. Hey, so I was just wondering if this includes all pile burns, admin piles, is there an acreage size limit to it, or how are we dealing with that?
So you do, say if you have 10,000 acre pile burn plan, right? You have a whole region or a whole forest wide pile burn plan, right? Some places do have that. I would say break it down into smaller chunks for what you're actually going to burn. Just having the broad amount of acreage, right? And so units into smaller units of what you really think you're going to burn.
Okay, so yeah, I get that part makes sense, but like, we have a very rainy day today, for example, and what if the engine guys want to go burn all their admin piles at their station today? Because that might be all we could accomplish. Could they do that without having to request that permission from the region?
At this point, I would just send a quick email. Yes, I would say there was no distinction between admin piles and pile burn units.
Okay. Thank you.
Stan Hill has his hand raised.
Yeah, so Gabe's question kind of hit part of it, and what you said, Robin, as far as breaking the units down into smaller pieces. But, if we have we go to the interim one, the underburn deal, if we've got a unit that's maybe the total is whatever, 300 acres, but they have it broken up into three pieces, 100, 100, 100. Can we just get an approval for the whole unit so that, again, kind of like what Gabe was saying, if that's our intention, we want to burn the whole 300 acres, but it might take 3 days. Are we going to have to do this today, 2 days from now for the second part, and next Tuesday for the third part? Or can we just put our intention out at the beginning and kind of roll with that?
I would say when putting in the email, you say that the unit is a total of 300 acres, but we only plan to burn 100 acres at a time, and the duration will be over a week and a half. And so get approval for the 300 acres, but say that you're breaking it out into like 100-acre intervals, because they want to know the duration in case we break a fire in Southern California and we're going to need to utilize resources. So they want to know how long those forests are going to be, or how long those resources are going to be locked up if they were to need to pull them to go fight fire. So you could say the intent is 300 acres broken up into 100-acre blocks you could say over a week and a half, and I'm more than likely it would probably go through, I would assume, if the weather conditions are favorable for the outlook. But yeah, that's the way that I would go about it.
Okay. Yeah, I think another thing that's possibly going to happen, because if we're having to request these such small increments, seems to me that here pretty soon the DRF and the folks that we're sending this stuff to are going to get overwhelmed by these requests. So just trying to streamline it for both, on both ends, for our end and for the regional end. That's just
And this is new, so like the direction came out last Friday that it was for all burning, and then we realized this is not going to work. We all kind of knew it wasn't going to work, but the feedback came and we presented it and the weather conditions were right and we modified it. So if as this process will evolve, I'm more than 100% sure this process will evolve. So start off putting in the request and then we'll see what happens if it becomes too overwhelmed.
Copy.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I'm feeling a little bit distracted. I'm trying to, can you guys see my screen yet?
We can see you.
I know, but I can't even see my Teams. My Teams icon is gone. So I can't even like do anything. Is there any other questions out there?
Looks like Dana Bray has her hands up. Question. And Shane Santos after that. Go ahead, Dana.
So my question is, do we have an estimated time or duration of how long this process is going to be in effect? In other words, is this all burn season or be narrowed down? And my other question is, you're supposed to include size of the project, duration of ignition, and resource needs. So to me, the burn goes way past the duration of ignition with mop up and everything else. So are we talking about like the length of the project until it's called out? Or
I
how do
would
we narrow
say
that?
oh, sorry. I would say the length of ignitions as actively lighting, and then you monitor per burn plan protocol. You're going to need less people to patrol than to do active ignitions and holding. So I would do it for the active ignition part, and then just follow your burn plan protocol for patrol and mop up. And then this process is an interim process, and there's going to be a more thought out process coming in the future. That maybe that's not the proper terminology, but a process that will have weighted metrics and starts way before burn season, like in the program of work planning timeframe. So we won't be coming up against these kinds of issues of trying to figure out what we're doing while we're trying to have ignitions. Does that answer your question?
Dana, does that answer?
Yeah, but I have a lot of other just
No,
questions. I'm sure as other people do.
you're more, I mean, you're more than welcome to ask them, because I mean, this is a new process. We're working through it, and if there's confusion, and I can answer them, or I can find out the answer or bring the question up when we're discussing the new process or the process that's being implemented. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, cool. Yeah, from my reading of it, I'm gonna address this, Dana, since you're from the Cleveland. My reading of this email that just came out last night that we sent was, I think it's mostly just the day of ignition. So like the example Stan gave earlier, we have 300 acres and we want to do it in 3 days. I think we requested all at once the first day and then just say the duration. So a couple things. I have a question from the dialogue from Brian Crawford, which I'll get to in a second, and then Shane Santos had his hands raised. So let's go with Shane, your question.
Hey, good morning. Shane Santos from the Los Padres. So I guess that was one of my questions. I think you just answered it. Was that the turnaround time for the response? Sounds like it's immediate. And then we're kind of in the same boat. We have like multiple units, and sometimes it's just weather dependent. So like we can wake up tomorrow and we was going to burn block D or block A or whatever, and now we can't get there because whatever the winds or the RHs are too low there, but we can burn in another location. So should we just try to lump everything together and these are our targets, but you know, it's going to be a day-to-day thing here, and our windows are pretty small, being up here on the grapevine and with the winds and the weather and stuff like that.
So what I would do is I would put in, these are the areas that could possibly come into, are you talking pile burn or understory? I missed that front part.
Pile burning.
I would put in
Pile
that
burning.
if the opportunity arises, these are the 4 areas or how many areas that could possibly come into prescription. Would you be lighting all of them at the same time, or would you be picking one?
I would be picking one. It's just, you know, it's just day to day on which one we do. And here we mop up 100% daily unless there's snow on the ground.
Okay, so I would just put that in your request. We have these 4 options to burn. Here's the amount of resources we would need on each of the units if we were to burn it, and how many acres, and then I would shoot that on up. I would say a bulk amount of units would be fine in an email, because you need to have options.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay, I get to a couple more questions here from the chat box. Andrew asked how long we're anticipating the approval time. I think you addressed that.
Yeah, the turnaround time is supposed to be very quick.
Yeah, he was hoping for 15 minutes or so. They are going to be inundated. Brian Crawford has a question. Just talking about the earlier direction we had about reporting the large machine piles. As he says, essentially 2 piles per acre. And given the new direction, are we supposed to inform the region? So for the example, if they're going to burn 16 acres, if they get 8 piles, or the actual number of acres from those piles, which might be as large as 600 acres. Was there, I don't remember there being any direction embedded in the letters regarding this, Robin. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I would just put the description of what the piles are. Say it's 18 acres, but it's 8 large landing piles, you know, or whatever the metric is. That was the wrong math. I would just say what it is and say they're landing piles, right? And then how many landing piles and the total acres, but make sure that you note that it's landing piles.
Okay. Hopefully that answers your question, Brian. Let's see, Greedy, hey, so this is a question. Greedy says he's not able to open the documents from the chat column. I'd like to know if anybody else is having problems opening up documents from the chat column. Just throw this out to the group. Is anybody else having problems opening up documents? Am I doing it wrong?
No, I think there's something wrong with Teams, obviously. My icon, I was able to get my icon up, but it won't let me join the meeting.
Okay. I'll try to upload them here, and then Eddie, I'll send it to you directly. James asked if spot weather forecasts are required for pile burning in the region. You want to take that one?
I didn't hear it. It broke up. What was the question?
Okay. He wants to know if spot weather forecasts are required for pile burning. I'll just go ahead and answer that. Yes, the answer is yes. All burning requires that. Requires a spot weather forecast for active ignition days. There you go, James. No worries. A good question. It's the kind of questions that we're looking for in these burn boss refreshers. All right, cool. Yeah, anybody that's having problems with the documents, just let me know or text me or email me preferably, and I'll send them out to you. If you need my address, it's stephen.fillmore@usda.gov. That's 2 L's and a PH. All right, Robin, I think that catches up the questions. Did you have some other policy things that you wanted to talk about?
I do. COVID and burning. So once you're able to burn and you get your approval, the direction from the region on the COVID mitigation. I have a document, but because everything is all frozen up, I will send that after the presentation, but it goes into what needs to happen for COVID mitigations and burning. Basically, it's a lot of the same thing from suppression, keep your spacing, but one of the main focus is to mitigate to the greatest extent possible the potential for impacts of smoke to local medical service providers and firefighters. So that's one of our big concerns is the impact of smoke on communities and to our firefighters. So it's been a really long fire season. We just want everyone to take care of themselves and, just as much as possible, you're going to be back on your home units potentially, and you may be off forest also, but just really keep in mind those COVID mitigations that you've been doing all fire season. So that was going to transition into talking about how to go off forest and order resources within the zone and out of zone, and how is that paid for. So the way resources are paid for from off forest is from their own home unit. So they will charge to their home unit job code for overtime, for all of that. So there's might be some reluctancy for people to, or forest supervisors or chiefs, to send their folks off forest to go help other zones or forest burn, but really we are one region, one program of work, and if support is needed, we should support the other forests in the other zones. But that's also needing to go through this new process, and all that is still in place, but the intent is that we will share resources across zones. And if you want to utilize AD folks like the Porterville crews, their pay comes out of project. So it's not out of the S&E block. It has to be specifically funded through project. So that is how you bring ADs on, which I feel like we should definitely look to utilize ADs in the future. And we have a large resource out in Porterville. So does anyone have any questions on that? No, I can't see anything. So
I know, sorry.
Robin,
yes.
Go ahead.
hi, this is Diane. So regarding the ordering resources off forest, and then we use their home unit job code and travel, does that also include overtime?
Correct.
Okay.
So the way the budget is going is every person has a certain amount of money tied to their name, and it was averaged over the last 3 years. So if you went back to Region 8 every single year to burn, that money that you spent for travel, overtime, all of that is attached to your name, right? So if you decide not to go to Region 8 and burn this year, that money is held back in Region 5. So it's budget modernization, or BAM, as some people refer to it, is new and tricky, and people like travel was really hard to capture. So some areas may be short, but I feel like in the end, everything will become whole. But yeah, so everything is paid for by the home unit.
Okay. I guess, other things that can be discussed, I think offline maybe, is if the home unit goes deficit, then somewhere in the zone is the expectation. Somewhere in the zone, there's going to be more, or somewhere another forest in the zone may have extra. I mean,
Right. And also, if you feel that you're going to be going deficit, you need to let us know in the fuel shop sooner than later, because the Washington office has said that they will whatever they can to make us whole. So before you go broke, give us a call. If you see that you're moving on a path that you're gonna like go over, let us know and we will do everything possible to make you whole. The intent is to get more fire on the landscape. This year's been a little tricky, but that is the intent from the Washington office. That is what they want us to do, and they have they expect resources to be shared. They expect resources to be moving. So,
and
It's-
so
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
all right, thanks. It just reminds me of, you know, the kind of the historical way that we kind of used to use overtime. We used to try and manage it very meticulously. And, you know, so what I'm kind of hearing is that if we're going to go help, if we need to get some burn acres done, we're going to do it and not worry too much about the overtime. I mean, I don't think we want to be reckless in it, but overtime should never hold us back, is what I'm saying, or the use of it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I would say that is. James, is that what you're hearing too, James? Mishoy?
Kind of doing two things at once, but yes, that's what I'm hearing. They want to get the work done. Leaders' intent from all.
All right, well, we can see how it all works out. Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting transition. There's a lot of transition happening right now in a lot of different areas.
And conversations, right? That's another one. I think you can, if you think something done and want to make, you know, a limiting factor, you're not sure about the money. Suggestion is that we have that conversation, bring it up the food chain, and then everyone's aware that the numbers may not pan out exactly as they haven't foreseen, but we know that this is catch it later. That's what I got from it, Robin. That's what the nature of the conversation came across to me was, if you think it's attainable and you're thinking money is a limiting factor, have that conversation with us so that you can move forward and do work on the ground.
James, you're super low volume.
Hilarious. This is a new headset.
We can make it out a little bit. So if you don't, this is Steven, if you don't mind me just jumping in, I think it's important because this isn't just a Burn Boss refresher class with a bunch of program managers. We have a lot of implementers in this class. So I think it's probably good to reiterate that, you know, that is what the leader's intent is that we're hearing as well too. So I know, like, you know, for the Cleveland folks who I work with, we definitely don't want that to be a limitation or perceived as a limitation. There's obviously some budget things that we're dealing with that we're working through, but it is good that message is coming from Robin and folks up and down the chain that you know, if the work is there, we'll find the money. Kevin, I see that your hand is raised. Go ahead, Kevin.
I think, Stephen. So just another clarifying question on this. The guidance I was seeing was that overtime would be charged to the zone for that, you know, S&E code, not to the general one, because, you know, we all charge to the region now for our day-to-day base codes. So if the zone gets a request from, like if North Zone gets a request from the Central Sierra to send resources, who makes a decision if we have enough money in North Zone supplies and equipment to pay overtime. If that's coming from the North Zone code for North Zone resources to burn outside the zone.
You have a new budget person on your zone, and I don't know all of the budget people on the zone right now because it's a new thing that's transitioning. So I can look and I can reach out and see who the new zone budget contacts are.
Okay, and then will there be a process to go to the region if we get a request into our dispatch center for the strike team to go to the Plumas and they're outside our zone budget person tells us you don't have money for that? Do we ask James at the region? Do we ask you? Do we ask Lance?
I would send an email to, I would say to all three of us, and we'll tackle it together. Because Lance is going to make the ask to the Washington office, but we want to make sure that the email is seen promptly. And so I would just email it to all three, and we'll get it taken care of.
Yeah, I concur with Robin. Can you guys hear me okay? Just a little better. A little bit better. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yep.
I can hear you.
Okay. So following, jumping on what Robin is saying, in that email, I'd make it comprehensive in the sense that you're saying, hey, this is an attainable project. This is why. This is what the extent and what it is. Give that overview because that Lance also needs that in the ask. Or we all need that level of information in the ask. So keep that in mind if you're going to generate that email and send it to the three of us.
Hey James, forgot to introduce you earlier. I didn't see you on the list. I apologize for that. Can you introduce yourself and what you do for the region?
Okay, my name is James Clungness Mashoy. I'm detailed in on an NT 1 to 5 in the regional fuels coordinator position. I'm coming from Region 6. I was a fire ecologist, a zone fire ecologist on the Fremont Wainema for the last 10 years. And I guess this is what happens when you work consistently in the agency. You get up to the region at some point. So this is my 5th weekend. A lot to learn and just a wonderful opportunity. So thank you for having me.
So if you guys, thank you, James. So if you guys have any more questions about the budget and sharing of resources, why don't you just send us an email and then we can, to you with more specifics. But yeah, I think we'll be working through this for the next year or so, trying to figure out how to do it. But yeah, so just send us an email if you have any more questions. So my next slide was going to be on the 5140 updates. There should be a document that was put into the chat that is called WO 2020 updates. I don't know if you guys can see that document, but some of the stuff that I wanted to point out was in the updates, they've modified language related to the wildfire declaration to better align with guidelines for implementation of federal wildland fire policy and updates to the 5130. And then there was just a lot of words on a PowerPoint. So if you guys wanted, if you're able to look at that, take a quick look at that. And if you have any questions, feel free to put your hand up and then we can come back to them. But I'm just gonna, in the essence of time, I'm gonna hop on to agreements that you could use for prescribed burning and talk about the new shared stewardship MOU that was set up between the state of California and federal agencies. And the fire MOU that we have. So first I'll start off with the new shared stewardship MOU. Basically, we've come into agreement with CAL FIRE that by, I believe it's 2025, that we'll be completing 1 million acres between the two of us. Well, it's supposed to be all federal agencies, but Forest Service is taking the lead on a lot of those acreage, that will have 1 million acres of fuels treatment done a year. So we are working closely with CAL FIRE of how we can obtain that. So you're going to see probably a lot more participation of CAL FIRE wanting to do cross-boundary burning or come out to our burns. So one of the ways that we can make it so that CAL FIRE can come out to our burns is we have some exhibits that are tied to the CFMA. And everyone's familiar with the CFMA, or do you well, basically it's the California Master Cooperative Wildland Fire Management and Stafford Act Response Agreement. And it's an agreement that's between the Forest Service Regions 4, 5, and 6, CAL FIRE, USDI, BIA, MPS, BLM, and Fish and Wildlife. It dictates basically how we work with each other, how we pay each other, and attached to that CFMA is Appendix D and F. And those are the two appendix that are used to have outside resources come onto our burns, and basically it's a legal handshake. So they could come out, and if there's, say everyone's off and there's a CAL FIRE engine on, this situation came up on the Mendocino with their escape. They didn't have the CFMA in place for the CAL FIRE engine just to pop out and see what was going on with the burn. So it could be used for them to check our burns, mop up, patrol, ignitions, holdings. So I recommend that every forest has one as an umbrella with the units that are around their forest so that they can help with prescribed burning. The Cleveland has already done one, so there's an example that you can look to, but yeah, so I had some great slides with some great pictures, but we highly recommend and encourage every single forest to get an Exhibit F in place, which is really the main one of that's like the bro deal handshake, but legal. So it's very specific to prescribed burning. It dictates what CAL FIRE needs to have on site as a resource to be considered a type 2 burn boss, which is their equivalent of an IC4. They're working towards becoming more in line with our system of task books, but as everything takes time to cross over. So hopefully they will be NWCG qualified in the near future and meet the 301. So does anyone have any questions about the CFMA and how to implement one, or?
Sounds good.
Okay, so we also have a fire MOU that's in place, and we are going into our second set of one for the next 5 years. The first one was signed 5 years ago. It's about to expire, so we're working on getting the new one in place. But it just says how we're going to work with our cooperators and put more fire on the landscape. So it's not binding, none of it's binding, but it's just showing good faith that we want to work with our cooperators and putting more fire on the ground. So that's pretty much all that I had for my PowerPoint. I don't even know how I'm going to be able to stop sharing because I'm not even in the meeting for my teams. So does anyone have any questions for me? I literally don't know how I'm going to stop sharing.
Maybe when you leave the meeting, I'll do that.
I can't
Hey,
even, I can join the meeting, it says.
Yeah, Gabe, the PowerPoint was not posted. Maybe Robin, when you leave the meeting, if you could send it to me, I'll try to post it.
Yeah, everything is just frozen.
Yeah.
But everyone, you feel free to email me your questions. It's Robin, ROBYN .woods, WOODS at USDA.gov. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me and I will try to track it down, or if I don't know the answer, but I'll definitely try to get back to you. We're in a very transitional time right now, so there's a lot of things happening, and I just want everyone to feel like they have the latest and greatest information. So if you don't feel like you're getting the information that you need, reach out.
Awesome.
And thank you for all your hard work. Okay, so now I'm going to delete out of everything and hopefully you get your screen back.
Yeah, well, we could always leave and come back if we have to. Hopefully we get it. Well, I want to thank Robin and James both. Robin, appreciate you coming in from vacation from an undisclosed location, taking that time. So, if we have any other questions or anything that come up, we'll try to shoot them to you. So
Okay,
see what
I'm
happens
going
when
to
you leave.
log out of everything and hopefully you get your you get your call back, your meeting back.
I'm gonna see if I can actually present my screen. That might work. See if I'm able to. Yeah, I'm presenting now, so I think we're good to go.
Okay, my camera is still like lit up. Okay, I'm going to log out of everything. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Robin and James. I think you'll be continuing to join us. All right, okay, back to the administrative stuff. I've been responding to emails and checking stuff. I was just checked the Google form. Looks like I've got 54 responses with several multiples. So if you haven't seen the sign-in form yet, I'm trying to post it intermittently in the conversation thread. So look there if you need it, and please do sign in. And if you need any documents, I'm trying to repost some of the Word documents that Robin just shared and not having a lot of luck. So if you need them, just email me, and that works as well too. So right on schedule here, I saw Nicole Molinari is on. Nicole, are you there?
Hi, Stephen, I'm here.
Hey, Nicole, I'll let you introduce yourself, but Nicole is our next speaker for the next, how much time did we give you? 45 minutes.
45 minutes. All right. We'll see how I can do here. And let me try to, after Robin had those difficulties sharing her screen, I'm just going to try to see if I can get mine going.
Yeah, let's try that.
And
Perfect.
can you see it?
See a green Forest Service.
Okay, let me see if I can post. All right, I have a couple screens here, so we'll see how this, aha. How does
Perfect.
that look?
That's
Okay,
awesome.
great. All right, okay. Well, thank you, Stephen, for inviting me to provide some ecological input in your meeting today. I really appreciate it, and thanks everyone for tuning in. Just a little bit about me. I'm the ecologist for the 4 Southern California forests, and I'm stationed on the Los Padres. So my primary interest and focus is on chaparral ecology, ecological restoration, especially restoration following fire, as well as fire ecology. So today, I'm going to talk to you about prescribed fire objectives and field monitoring opportunities. And the goal here is to get us to think a little bit more about how we define burn plan objectives and how we measure prescribed fire success. Okay, I can't, I have to show this video just because I think it's so, it's just really interesting and really fun. For me, it's mesmerizing to watch. And so just a couple of things while this video plays out. Let me know if you're not seeing the video, but a couple of things to look for is how much fire we've seen in Southern California over the past century. Really impressive. And another thing to look for also is, of course, the ramping up of fire activity and just the size of the burn perimeters here in Southern California. Another thing to note, as the 10 largest wildfires start to populate on the bottom left of the video, you'll notice that this video ends in 2019. So the fires that we just experienced aren't yet on this list. And so they sneak in right above the Thomas fire, which is going to be number 2. And so many of the fires that you're seeing here are just sort of pushed off this list completely. All right, so as you all are very aware, we've had some extreme fires in terms of size and complexity over the last decade, over the last few months, really. But since 2000, we've had 17 of the 20th largest wildfires since the turn of the 20th century. And we've unfortunately lived through the most devastating fires in terms of loss of property and lives. In the last 5 years alone, we've had nearly 200 deaths, as well as 41,000 structures damaged or destroyed. And in the last 5 years, we've also had 8.5 million acres that have burned. And so this is equivalent to New Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island combined. So I think we're all very sensitized to what's going on. And that's true whether you're a firefighter out there working these fires or whether you're watching it from your living room. There's no question that everybody's feeling a little bit vulnerable. And it's left a lot of people wondering why this is happening. As you know, this is not a simple answer. There's no silver bullet here. But I thought it would be useful to mention some of the major contributors to the excessive large-scale fires we've been experiencing. And when you look at these issues and the drivers here, and sort of what's at the heart of these problems, I think it allows us to realize how we can contribute to the solution. And prescribed fire is one of those contributions. Okay, so we've had a century of warming across the globe, but that's definitely true here in California as well. And this warming has resulted in a greater magnitude of drought, decreased snowpack, an increase in vegetation moisture stress. All of these things contribute to drier fuels over an extended portion of the year. And so I have a couple of graphs here to illustrate that. First, on the left-hand side of the screen, this is average yearly temperature across the last decade for California. And so the x-axis goes from 1895 to current day. And the orange line represents, the orange squiggly line represents interannual variation in temperature. And the blue line represents the trend through this time period. And so as you can see, we have increasing temperatures. And from a decadal perspective, temperatures have been increasing by 0.2 degrees Fahrenheit each decade for a total across the last century of a little over 2 degrees. And 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018 have been the warmest years on record. So we're really dealing with a lot of dry fuels out there. More recently, we've seen record-breaking temperatures across the state, and the red dots you see on the map show the maximum temperatures that were broken during the month of August through September, when really we were experiencing the big firestorm in the state. So we broke a few records in Southern California. 10 daily records, 10 record highs were met during this time on Forest Service land in the South. And so this warming and drought that we've experienced has resulted in increased fuel aridity, the length of the fire season, and on average, there's 9 additional days of high fire danger across Southern California. Increasing population is also at the heart of what we've been experiencing. So as human populations continue to grow throughout California, there's increased pressure to build in the WUI, and this development puts an increasing number of people at risk. So there's really 2 things at play here. There's one, people are more vulnerable to fire because of where they're living. And secondly, there's also more opportunities for humans to start fires. And so I think this is a really nifty graph that shows how human ignitions have altered the number of fires on the landscape. And so as you can see, ignitions by humans over the last 20 years, so that's the red bars on this graph, has greatly exceeded fire starts from lightning, and it's exceeded it by 20-fold. And unlike lightning, human ignitions are not constrained to specific times of the year. So when you start to overlay the abundance of ignitions with drier fuels, it's really creating an ideal condition for the kinds of wildfires we've been experiencing. And lastly, a major contributor to the fire behavior in large-scale fire has been an incredible amount of fuel on the ground. So this is a legacy of fire suppression and cessation of Native American burning. And together, these 2 things have resulted in ecosystems not experiencing as much fire as they have in the past. And this has led to a densification of trees and an accumulation of surface fuels. And that's really where you all come in and help us alleviate this particular driver. And so I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into this issue. First off, I think it's important and kind of interesting to look at historical imagery to start getting a sense for how densification and fuel accumulation looks from a bird's eye view. So this is an example from the basin showing in the top picture what that landscape looked like in the 1880s, and the bottom picture shows the current day status of the landscape. And you can see structurally, it is quite different. This is another interesting example. It's not so much a before and after, but it's an example of how recent fire suppression in Baja, Mexico, and specifically in the Sierra San Pedro Martir, is starting to drive densification in Mexico. And so in this case, you can see that the fire suppression started in around the 1980s in this location, and you can see that there's a lot of young trees. Most of these are definitely pine. There's probably some sugar pine in here too, are starting to colonize these landscapes. And these individuals are probably, 5 years old here and probably about 15 to 25 years old in this photo here. And then lastly, a picture from the Los Padres, a little bit more local for those of us in Southern California. This is the Mount Pino snow play area. This is the parking lot for that snow play area. And you can see that in the 1960s, the landscape was quite open. And when you shift to current day, there's been densification. And you can see that there's many small trees that have established in these areas. But we can also think about densification and the accumulation of fuels from a historical standpoint, and thinking about fire suppression. And we can consider how long fire has been kept out of these ecosystems. So prior to European settlement in California, these landscapes were estimated to be burning quite frequently. So the historical fire return interval here was thought to be between 10 and 16 years. That's a lot of fire on the landscape, especially when you consider that in Southern California and montane forests, the fire return interval today is 78 years. And so I put together this map to help illustrate that. Essentially, you see our 4 forests here. The parts of the forest that have polygons and color in them represent those that are dominated by montane forests. And you'll notice that there's a lot of red in this map. And so the red indicates areas that have not experienced fire in over 80 years. So they're very likely to have begun densifying. And 50% of the forests in Southern California have not experienced fire in over 100 years. And so unless they've undergone some kind of a mechanical treatment, these forests have surely accumulated fuels and are in need of treatment. So to understand if fire severity has changed in conifer forests in Southern California, we compiled fire severity data across the Southern California landscape. And here is what we found. We found that the proportion of fires burning in these montane systems through time, they have decreased in low severity. And so we define low severity as having less than 10% of the overstory trees removed. So I included a picture here. This is the lake fire on San Bernardino. This is one of my field crew members, Michael. And this landscape represents a low severity burn. So you can see that it will most likely rebound quite easily following fire. Compared to these high severity fires, which can be seen in this picture here. I think this is the rim fire. And we found that for the high severity fires through time, we're seeing an increase in high severity. And also the patches of high severity are increasing as well, which really can complicate recovery for the species in this ecosystem. So this increase in high fire severity is likely due to forest densification, but it probably also has a lot to do with drier conditions. So this is an example where we're seeing those drivers really coupling together to make situations much worse on the ground. Okay, so I want to return to these drivers of wildfire to point out that working for a land management agency puts us in a position to help offset the excessive fuel buildup. So we're able to take on projects that allow us to help offset this problem. And so, of course, those are in the form of forest health and fuels reduction projects, in the form of prescribed fire. And so for me, this is really a rewarding place to be sitting and thinking that we can actually make a difference here. And I hope you all feel the same way, because without prescribed fire on the land, it's going to be very hard for us to try to reduce this excessive fuel buildup that's occurred over the last century. So in response to the incredible amount of recent fire that we've seen, we've had direction from the WO, the RO, our local units. I know on the Los Padres, one of our forest level priorities is to increase the pace and scale of ecological restoration, specifically through timber and fuels programs. So this is largely manifesting as fuels projects being prioritized on the program of work, and it's also manifesting as pretty large increases in fuel targets. So given this laser beam focus, I'm hopeful that there will be a lot of good fire on the ground in the coming years. But I also think it's important for us to step back for a moment and ensure we've defined goals and we know what our ecological restoration targets are and that they're meaningful and measurable. Because without having these objectives well defined, it's going to be difficult to say whether we're being successful and whether we're actually achieving ecological restoration on the ground. Okay, so to wrap my mind around this, I found, and actually I dug into a handful of burn plans, and I want to thank those people who passed burn plans along to me. So I looked through about 10 burn plans, and they were representatives from each of the Southern California forests. And this shows a list and the frequency that certain objectives were listed in the burn plans. And so in every burn plan, there were 2 objectives that were consistent. The first is to increase wildfire defense for the WUI and values at risk. And the second objective that was mentioned in every burn plan was consumption of surface fuels, whether those be activity fuels, piles, chips, masticated material, or just downed woody debris. And as I started looking at these various objectives, I realized that they're kind of split into 2 camps. One focusing on kind of community protection, and those I highlighted with these yellow stars. And this is in support, direct support of our LMP goal, sort of front and center. We need to look at the loss of property and life. And then there's another set of objectives that focused more on resilient, healthy forests. And those are highlighted in green. So these are things like reduce canopy cover of live trees to inhibit the possibility of crown fire, or to create stand conditions that maintain healthy forests. And then there was a number of objectives that really were focused on moderating fire behavior, and that obviously would benefit both of these goals. So while I think all of these objectives in the burn plan are incredibly valuable, in many cases they felt pretty broad. And I think it will be hard to determine at what point we've been successful with meeting a particular objective. So I dug into the burn plans a little bit deeper, and I identified a couple of quantitative criteria that supported a few of the objectives. And I'm hearing beeping on my end. Is everybody still on board?
Yeah, sorry, there was somebody that wanted to come into the meeting.
Oh, okay. All right, great. And so I put boxes around those objectives that had a measurable criteria. I put one of those measurable criteria up here. One of the burn plans that focused on the reduction of brush actually called out that an objective was to reduce live brush by, or to less than 5% cover. Okay, so we, one of the questions that I want to pose is, are we meeting prescribed fire goals? And this can only be done if, first off, if we have well-defined burn plan objectives, or those objectives could be presented in NEPA documents as well. But it's nice when they're in the burn plan, because you can say, okay, this broadcast burn, for example, just occurred. Have we met these goals? Let's go out and look. So we have to have our objectives well stated, measurable, and meaningful. And then second, we need to have monitoring data. So part of my job has been to establish an array of vegetation and fuels monitoring plots across the Southern California zone. And I'm going to tell you about one of these projects on Laguna Mountain on the Cleveland, so you can get a sense for how you can use this monitoring to learn something about the landscape and whether you're meeting objectives. Okay, so here's the map of the site, the project area where we were working. The black dots indicate where there were vegetation and fuels monitoring plots. And then the polygons that you see are the broadcast burn that occurred on this site. So we set up monitoring plots that are 1/10 of an acre. And we set these plots up before the fuel reduction activity occurs. So in this case, we were interested in the effects of the broadcast burn. So we set up these plots prior to the broadcast burn, and then came back out and remonitored following. And so we take a whole slew of various measurements, which include measurements on trees, and we tag those trees so that we can track them through time. And we do that at the 1/10 of an acre plot. We also use these orange transect lines that we put out on the landscape to measure surface fuels. So 1 hour, 10 hour, 100 hour coarse woody debris and the depth of litter and duff, for example. And we estimate cover of various groups, like shrub cover. I think it is important for many people as a burn objective to reduce shrub cover. So we take those measurements, and then we also do photo monitoring. And we've put all of this together in a Southern California province fuels monitoring guide. And this really started to take form through students, some of Stephen's students, who, as part of the fuels curriculum, started a monitoring guide. And I grabbed that and made some modifications to it. And now I think it's a pretty nice guide for us to pick up and use for these monitoring projects moving forward. Okay, so I just want to share with you some of the data so that you can realize what we're actually learning from doing this monitoring. So first off, I wasn't out when these fires occurred. And so I was using tree level characteristics to infer fire behavior. So there were 3 burn units that were burned in this spring. And so the first is unit 7, 13, and 35. You can see just from looking at this graph showing the height of bowl char, canopy scorch, and canopy porch, that not all these burn units burn the same, and that happens quite frequently. But what I want to point out is that burn unit 7 and burn unit 35 burned a bit hotter, likely had greater flame lengths than burn unit 13. And as we look at some of the other data, you'll see that this actually translates over, not too surprising. But in terms of the small diameter trees, what did that particular burn accomplish? We have the pre-burn condition as a black bar. The gray bars are the post-fire condition. You can see that in burn unit 7 and burn unit 35, that we reduced those small diameter trees by between 40 to 50%. And there was no change in burn unit 13. You can look at these same trends for woody down fuels. I won't go into too much detail about that. I wanted to just touch on the fact that prescribed fire has the potential to help abate non-native weeds. And so in this particular case, we had a lot of cheatgrass out at some of these sites. And so what we found is that the burn units that burned hotter, so burn unit 7 and burn unit 35, that they had substantial reductions in cheatgrass cover following the fire, whereas that unit that didn't burn as hot actually had increases in cheatgrass cover. And so I think it's important to, this kind of goes back to setting up objectives, to think about and maybe meet up with a botanist or one of the natural resource staff and walk the burn unit and look at the resources available and ask them, hey, are there any non-natives here that we might be able to reduce in abundance through our prescribed fire? And you could potentially address this operationally, or you could address it by having the fire during a certain season that might affect the non-native species more than the native species. Okay, so going back to that question of, are we meeting our prescribed fire objectives? I would say broadly in this case, yes. We saw that we reduced the small diameter trees, we reduced down woody fuels, we reduced this non-native grass. So we've moved this burn unit in the right direction. But are we meeting our natural resource objectives to increase resilience in ecological condition? There wasn't really firm measurable criteria in the burn plans. So it's kind of hard to say where we are along that continuum of trying to push these ecosystems back into a condition where they can be resilient to future wildfire and resilient to drought or bark beetle attacks. So without those objectives, it's hard to know if we've gone far enough with our treatments and we can just move into a more of a maintenance stage, or have we gone too far? And I know I've walked prescribed fires with people before and they're like, ooh, what do you think, Nicole? This looks a little hot in places. But ultimately, if we had firm objectives and we were monitoring, then we could actually say like, yeah, we overshot this objective, or we exceeded that objective. And what are we going to do about that? Or how do we do it differently next time? So really this requires a criteria that can be met. So I wanted to share with you a case study where I think they did a really great job in the burn plan with defining objectives. And so this project was Caples Creek watershed on the El Dorado, the 70 miles east of Sacramento. And it's unique because it's one of the few forested areas in the Northern Sierra that is without vegetation management activities. I guess the real exception here is that it has received fire suppression and hasn't burned since 1916. So in this map, you can see that most of the ecosystem is highly departed. Looking at these historical photos, you can also see that there has been densification because of the lack of fire. So in order to develop measurable and meaningful burn plan objectives, the local unit used a document called the Natural Range of Variation. And my program has been creating these natural range of variation documents for various vegetation community types across the state. So they've been completed for the Sierra Nevada. Right now, they're almost completed for the North Coast Forest. And then next, we're going to move to Southern California and work on generating these NRVs for Southern California vegetation types. But essentially, if you haven't seen these before, these are yardsticks for assessing ecological integrity. And so they define historical forest structure and fire characteristics, and as well as historical forest composition. And when I say historical, I really am talking about prior to European settlement. So think 1850s and before. So these were times when there was still fire on the ground. It was before the pre-suppression era. And we developed these historical conditions using a whole slew of really interesting bits and pieces of literature and history, things like tree-ring analysis and sediment cores, historic photos, early explorers' diaries, as well as reference systems like the San Pedro Martir that I talked about earlier. So I think that for NEPA documents, but as well as for developing burn plans, this is a really great starting place for setting objectives for ecological restoration. What do we want to accomplish out there? Okay, and so together the NRV with some plot level data for Caples they were able to produce burn objectives that took into account the ecological changes and the structural changes that they wanted to see in this landscape. So for example, if we look at tree density, the historical condition was on average 60 trees per acre. The current condition at Caples was almost 200 trees per acre. So it's clear that we want to be pushing these landscapes back to fewer trees, but this gives us sort of a metric or allows us to quantify how much should we push it back. So maybe we cut it in half, or maybe we want a third of those trees still on the landscape. So all of this was incorporated into a burn plan. In comes the prescribed fire. And I will say, a lot of you are probably familiar with Caples. This started as a prescribed fire and then ended up as a wildland fire. But I will be focusing, I'm going to show you some data in a second, and now that data will really focus on the prescribed fire of this. And so following the fire, Scott Daly and others came out and revisited those plots. Scott's with the Enterprise team and produced a really nice FBAT report. And here's one of the figures from that report. So essentially, this is looking at tree density, the green tree density by tree size, and the light green bars show the pre-fire condition. The darker green bars show the post-fire condition, and the black bars show the historical condition, or where they were hoping to get to as part of this forest health project. And so you can see that there's quite a distance to travel here from going from high trees per acre pre-fire all the way down to this NRV condition. And they took a step in the right direction. So there was a reduction in small diameter trees going from 3 to 16 inches. There was reduction in that 16 to 24 inch class. And then part of the burn objective was very little loss of large diameter trees. Large diameter trees were already fewer than they had been historically. So notice this green bar was already lower than the black bar. There's some spotted owl issues here that kept them from wanting to lose any of these large diameter trees. And notice that loss was very, very low from the prescribed fire. Okay, there are a whole bunch of other objectives that they were trying to meet, and I just put those up here so that you can see that these were well defined and measurable. If we look at shrub cover, for example, they were interested in the burn plan and having a 70% reduction in shrub cover. It had a 73% reduction, so they're right on task here. And so the take home is that after we put prescribed fire on the ground, and all of you know this, that we're not done here. This is a really long-term commitment to continue to, in some cases, maintain these plots. In some other cases, most of the time, continue to work these plots towards some defined objective. But without having that quantitative objective, and without having monitoring data, it's really hard to figure out where you are along that continuum. So in this case, it was very clear from looking at the FBAT report that there's still a great need to remove small diameter trees from the landscape. These trees are still well over 2 times over that historical condition, or the condition that they were hoping to obtain as part of this project. And so the focus moving forward and the priority can be on small tree reduction. And this doesn't necessarily require prescribed fire. It can be through means like hand thinning, especially because they met so many of their surface fuel objectives and even exceeded those fuel objectives in some cases for surface fuels. And so putting fire on the ground maybe isn't necessary for a while, but going in and doing some hand thinning to help reduce some small diameter trees definitely would be something that would be a next step or a priority. Okay, so we've talked a lot about objectives, and despite this not being the direction Stephen asked me to go, sorry, Stephen, but I just found it really interesting and think it's quite important for us to have conversations about goals and objectives for prescribed fire, especially in anticipation of prescribed fire becoming so important as a regional goal for us. So prescribed fire is helping alleviate the fire problem as well as the tree mortality problem. So we need to make sure that it's sound and that it's measurable. But I will say that what Stephen asked me to talk about today was new science focusing on prescribed fire. And suffice to say that there has been a lot of work in this area in the past few years. And there will continue to be more with the increasing interest in prescribed fire. And the more prescribed fires we do, the more opportunity that provides for scientists to get out and to study these fires. And so we've seen, for those of you who maybe were hoping or wanted me to dig into some of this new literature, what I did is I pulled together the most recent and I thought most informative papers focusing on prescribed fire effects on all of these various groups and ecosystem services in some cases. So there's information on prescribed fire effects on carbon storage, birds, soil property, bark beetles, small mammals, herds, spotted owls, bats, pollinators, and the list went on and on. There's really a rich literature here. So if you have specific needs like that, and feel free to get a hold of me and I can help you find information that can help guide your use of prescribed fire and developing objectives for burn plans. And so the last thing I want to say is that this week, the Forest Service is putting on a webinar focused on prescribed effects on wildlife. And I was able to tune in to Monday and Tuesday's webinar. It's a 1-hour webinar from 11 to 12 Pacific. And each day there's 3 specialists who study prescribed fire and wildlife who describe their current research on the topic and how to fold that in to management goals. So today's topic is going to be spotted owl. Tomorrow they're going to talk about mammals. And then Friday is sort of a hodgepodge. It's focused on smoke production, but it's also focused on smoke production from burning of cannabis groves on forest land. So, so tune into any of these if that's of interest to you. Here's the, you can always email me, but here's the meeting ID on Zoom and the password. Okay, so that's all that I prepared for you all today. I will say for those of you in Southern California that as I move across the forest doing monitoring, I'd be more than happy if there was a project you wanted to show me or there was a project that you're thinking about or considering on your forest. Don't hesitate to reach out. And next time that I'm in your area, I can swing by and maybe we can go on a little walk and look at your landscape and talk about how prescribed fire and broadcast burning may help and how it can help move that landscape towards a more resilient ecological condition. All right, so as Stephen said, hopefully there's some time for questions or a discussion.
Yeah, absolutely, Nicole. That was an awesome presentation. Perfect. Thank you so much for putting that together.
Yeah.
We do have a couple questions from the chat. I'm not sure if you see it. First one a couple from Kevin Osborne from asking, first of all, the Southern California Fuels Monitoring Guide, is that available to the other zones? Have you shared that with your Northern California province and colleges?
Yeah, so they, depending on where you are, Kevin, I know that the North Coast Ecologist has developed one for your ecosystems, and there's a couple floating around there, and most of them kind of fall, I think, in the laps of the regional ecology program. So that would be the first place to start. Kevin, what forest are you on?
Hi, Nicole. I work on the Shasta Trinity. I'm the forest fire ecologist here. And so I was involved in developing the one for Northern California. I was just love to compare. They looked really similar from your slide. So
yeah,
the other versions.
Yeah, I think that would be great, Kevin. I may have even had a copy of yours as I started putting this together, because I know I pulled one from Clint, and I pulled one from Gabrielle Bowman, who is on the Klamath. And so there's bits and pieces that have been included from other monitoring guides that have been produced. So I can shoot you a copy of the one that I have for comparison if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great. And yeah, the one that Clint and Gabrielle worked on I worked on that with them. So I'd love to just take a look. Thanks.
Great, yeah.
Kevin, did you want to ask your other question too, since you're up?
Yeah, sure. Just that webinar series you referenced at the end there. I hadn't heard about it. What kind of channels was it publicized through? And then will there be recordings available for those of us who aren't able to attend?
Yeah, so it came through some R5 listservs, and they have been recorded. So what I'll do is when I send you this monitoring guide, I'll shoot you over the announcement as well, and you can contact the people to find out where those webinars are being stored.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah,
no problem.
Okay, very cool. Looking for more questions here. Yeah, we have time for maybe up to 10 minutes or so more of questions if people have them. I just wanted to say though, Nicole, I really liked how you framed this as sort of reiterating the fact that it's a long-term commitment. I liked how you framed that up. Especially the importance of monitoring. It's good to see that we're seeing some of those effects now with some quantitative data to see some of those results of the fires and the prescribed fires. So thanks for doing that and putting that together.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. So any other questions here from the group? While you have Nicole, here's a resource for you. Think about developing objectives. This is one thing that I know we've talked a lot about on the Cleveland, which is, how do we find these objectives? How do we measure them? And how do we get them into the burn plans?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like identifying the objectives and actually setting criteria can be really challenging. And so I think in Southern California, we've kind of scratched our heads at like, wow, where do we get this information? And when do we know we've met this objective to go into more of like a maintenance cycle, for example? And the reason I brought up the Caples project is because I think that using the natural range of variation is a really clever way to use a product that we're creating as a region to define those objectives. And of course, they can be tweaked. It doesn't have to be verbatim from the natural range of variation documents, but I think it's a very good starting place.
Yeah, absolutely. The work for the NRV document for SoCal, how long do you think until we see that? And what do you think some things that might exist for, say, the chaparral fuel type we might see is in that document?
Yeah, so we're furthest along with the montane conifer. We have a few students at UC Santa Barbara who's putting that together for us. And so that will be out hopefully this spring. And then for the chaparral NRV, that is pretty far along as well. And it really, focuses a lot on deviation from historical fire in terms of having too much fire in many of these landscapes and how that affects the ability for chaparral shrubs to recover. From a prescribed fire perspective, I think it might provide insight into which species are going to be more resilient to frequent disturbance, like fire or mastication, for example. So from my perspective, I think of that as like, okay, which species are most susceptible and will blink out first? You might think of it more as like, which species are going to be more pesky and are going to be harder for me to get rid of. So it does define that. So, you know, you could go out to a site, you could say, okay, there's a whole lot of chamise here. This is going to be, you know, a major undertaking where we're going to have to work on this landscape more frequently because it should recover biomass much more rapidly than some other species that may be slow to recover following disturbance, or not be able to recover at all if the disturbance is too frequent.
You said pesky species. I thought maybe you were going to refer to ceanothus. We usually have a lively conversation about removing ceanothus.
Yeah, that probably should have been the one I picked.
No, it's okay. Well, I'll use the time if other people won't. I guess the question I had earlier in your presentation, wondering if you could address this. We you know, especially after this year's fire season, as much fire has been in the landscape, something like 4 million acres or something this year, I think. What would you say, then my question is, what would you say to the notion that some people are saying that, you know, enough fire is enough, and why are we now, after this fire season, pivoting to wanting to put more fire on the landscape, you know, through prescribed fire? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that putting forward to people who are asking those questions what you consider the drivers of fire to be on the landscape, like why have we reached this, you know, sort of tipping point of 4 million acres in 1 year? And it's not a simple answer. And I touched on 3 things that I think are important, such as more ignitions, drier fuels, and then the biomass piece is, I think, where you should really go with addressing that question and say, hey, look, this is a major contributor to our inability to stop these fires. There is a lot of fuel out there on the landscape that's just ready to go. It's extra dry, and we have lots of ignitions. So I would use that as sort of the foundation for saying, how do you reduce biomass now, today, under controlled conditions, so that we're less likely to have a wildfire like we, you know, in the next month, that we're unable to control because we're not in control of those conditions. So I think it really requires kind of laying out the extent of the problems and pointing out to people that this biomass accumulation is no joke and it's widespread, and that it is a major contributor. And then from there, I think it's easier for people to grab a hold of, that's why we want to use prescribed fire now, or that's why we're going to do thinning and pile burning now, so that we can get ahead of this, rather than just kind of kicking the can down the road.
Mm-hmm. That's a great answer. Thank you. We had a couple questions that came in too while we were talking. Gabe, I wanted to know if there's a list of the fire ecologists in the region. Kevin answered partially, and then there's the zone. What it's broken up where the regional ecologists. I'll let you answer that question. Is there a list of those ecologists where they can be found? They can be found. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there is not a list of those ecologists, but I guess there should be. So we all work under Hugh Safford in the regional office. He's a regional ecologist, and there's 5 different zones across the state. All of us have a province ecologist and then an associate ecologist. And so if you're interested in who your ecologist might be for your zone, shoot me an email and I can get you in touch with that person. Everybody is in the program is wonderful and really looking for ways to help and to contribute. So if you don't know who that person is, I'm happy to put you in touch with them.
All right, cool. And Kevin sent a link to the regional ecology program on the chat box. Thank you for doing that, Kevin. And Dave, hey Dave, do you want to jump on and ask this question?
Hello. Yeah, just in comparison to that, like say 4 million acres within California were burned this year, but like I guess to answer those questions, those folks are asking why we're putting more acres, why we still want to burn. I guess a simple question would be, well, we still have more acres to treat, even though that's not what we planned. That was wildfire, but what would be the comparison of what still needs to be treated in order so we don't have more catastrophic fires in the future?
So Dave, is the question focused on, I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Yeah, I guess the question would be like for folks that are asking why we're putting more fire on the ground. Again, I guess my answer would be, well, there's still areas that are susceptible to burning, and that's why we're still putting fire on the ground, and that's why we still want to put more manageable fire on the ground.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So that's kind of in response to Stephen's question about, how do you have these discussions with people who are saying, wait a minute, we just had, Rhode Island burned, and along with New Jersey and Connecticut and Southern California, or sorry, not Southern California, but in California. I think that's a really great way to frame it. And I think using maps can be really important in that as well, showing some of the recent burn perimeters and then showing areas that haven't had fire in a really long time, so they can see we're not putting fire on the ground in the same places. Sometimes you have to make what seems like a very logical leap to you is not a logical leap to other people. And so that might be a good way to show what you're saying, Dave, is to show them like we're working here, it hasn't received fire in 60, 70, 80 years, despite there being all of these other fires in this area, but not in this exact place.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully that answers your question, Dave. That was a good question, and thank you, Nicole. All right. Well, I think I'll let you off the hook. That was really good. Thank you for joining us, Nicole. That was perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly what we're hoping for.
Perfect.
And if there's any other questions that come up, we'll get them to you. So if you guys looking at the agenda, there's a gap from about 9:45 to 10. I think what we'll do is we'll take see about a 12-minute break at this point. So we'll take a little bit of a break, let you go refill your coffee, and we will pick up at 10:00 with Diane Travis looking at complexity analysis and risk. If any of you need any of the documents, or you need a link to the Google form to sign in, that sort of thing, I'll also try to take care of some of these administrative details in the next 10 minutes or so. So thank you for your questions, and everyone, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. See you at 10 o'clock. Diane, you up?
Hey, Stephen, I sure am.
Okay, cool. There you are.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, everybody. I got a few administrative things done. If you look, let's see, what do we have? Kevin, thanks for sending in the chat box some of those updates. Oh, James, do you want to mention the fax thing?
Yeah, sure thing. I forgot to mention this one earlier. I apologize. In those emails that you send to the RO Fuels Group, the projects that you'd like to get funded or like to push through, it's not required, but it's a good thing to have a fax plan unit. So that fax ID, I will hunt it down and make sure that that information. So if you have a spatial in fax and an activity planned in fax, I will make sure that that is brought to the table and the conversation. And that's
Okay.
all I had, Stephen.
All right, thank you for that. And then I was able to upload Robin's PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, James, sorry, they're still having a hard time hearing you. I was able to upload Robin's PowerPoint presentation so you can see what we missed earlier, and then there's the COVID. But I don't want to take any more time away from Diane. Diane Travis, I'll let you introduce yourself, and it's all yours for the next quarter hour.
Next quarter hour. No, that's great. Thanks, Stephen. My name's Diane Travis. I am well, first of all, I want to make sure that I can do this after Robin wasn't able to. I'm wondering. Make sure you guys can see my PowerPoint, wherever it may be. Okay.
Perfect.
So, all right. Great. So my name's Diane Travis. I'm the fuels planner on the Angeles National Forest. And very interesting, Nicole's discussion previous to this. I feel like there's a lot of ties in between the two, even though there's, I was going to say, even though they're very different, but they're actually very similar. And if you bear with me on trying to link these two, is that part where the fuels is assessing and quantifying the fuels to make sure that it is more resilient and make sure that we have the right fire to go back in and make it less complex. And so anyway, full disclosure, I am not a burn boss. I'm one of those pesky program managers. And I do live and work in Southern California. We do assess risk quite a bit in lots of the varying jobs that we do for our work here with the Forest Service. Let's see if I can go. And when I was talking to Stephen about this initially, I did kind of allude that I'd probably talk a lot more about risk, but it probably, I'm just going to be using it as a jumping off point to the complexity analysis. And you could say that risk management is foundational to our job. And in the second bullet, that we operate in a highly variable environment, but we need to produce very reliable outcomes. And hence, we assess the risk and we have a complexity analysis. And so there was a couple ways that I could have looked at this. What I ended up with is I wanted to kind of present this as what is the complexity analysis doing for you? And I think the impetus that Stephen had for this discussion item was that in 2017 we did get a new complexity analysis for prescribed fire, and we've had it for a few years. And so how is it working for us? Is there anything that, you know, that is kind of floating to the top that seems like it's not connecting the dots that needs to be connected? But like I said, I'm going to use kind of the perspective of what is the complexity analysis doing for you? And so I kind of looked around on the internet, and I kind of landed on a publication called A Summary of Escape Prescribed Fire Reviews and Near Miss Incidents. And it kind of raked over a lot of different facts and questions about prescribed burning. So one of the first things, what I kind of perceive the complexity analysis doing for you is it verifies your values and subsequently assesses the risk of them. And this is, you know, we can definitely tie this back to the line officer involvement, where in the beginning, you in the complexity analysis guide, you go out before you do the burn plan to evaluate the risk, and then once you've finished the burn plan, you then reevaluate and see if it's on that same risk rating. But you do want to get your line officer involved, because obviously they may have a different perspective of what is valued, whether or not you may have a lesser value on something where he or she may know that it has a greater political value. And let's see. And one of the dangers of that, we could look at the complexity analysis as a checklist of criteria that you're just trying to get through. And so for me, I would think that going through that checklist of criteria, you need to go out and verify and assess the risk, so that will give you better preparation for the burn. Excuse me. The next thing, reduces the number of surprises during the burn. Hopefully that is what this complexity analysis is doing. You are looking at the things that may jump out and bite you. Some of that is communication and coordination between your key players, between your public, between, again, your agency administrator. Some of those things surface up through that complexity analysis. It identifies, you know, some key issues that might occur. And fuels. This is one thing I was a little bit surprised. This actually came up like in 2005, that fuels is often overlooked, is often the source of unexpected or overlooked sources of trouble. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. I'm not sure I would have picked that out on my own. And I think back then, it was probably in terms about quantifying the fuels and understanding the metrics involved with fuels and the potential that those fuels have for the next one, which would be fire behavior. But again, listening to Nicole's presentation, it really kind of highlighted to me that we may be able to quantify things out on the landscape, but until we fully understand you know, the different times of year that is best to burn, what kind of effects that we're having on the landscape for the resulting fuels and all of that. You know, that can be, I would think, a surprise that could come out maybe in the burn itself or maybe post-burn. So fire behavior, oftentimes rate of spread, flame length, and then the resulting spotting may not have occurred just as you had thought it would. And then the weather, of course, the weather is always sometimes very variable. And so I would ask you, is this complexity analysis working for you in this way to identify these types of criteria or information that would be valuable in preparation for the burn? And so I would say that that this would help you see clearly, help you to appreciate the complexity of the burn, and to fully understand the effects and impacts. Some of the literature that was cited said that the common patterns of escape burns was to underrate the complexity analysis. And I've seen this in other places too. And so I'm asking you, you know, to think about, are we still underrating it? And what I mean is we tend to look at something that might be low. We rate something low or moderate, where in reality it might turn out to be something that is high complexity. And so some of those things that might, you know, lead to that is the local knowledge of your unit makes you feel comfortable. You're used to seeing things a certain way. And so, and that would kind of validate the need to get other people involved. Don't use an approach that is just from your own point of view. And that kind of goes back to getting either, you know, the agency administrator involved or other burn bosses, or other people that could provide, you know, kind of a check to what you're thinking and seeing, and getting onto the right page for that. Let's see. So some thoughts on the. So some of my thoughts on after the burn is over. While you know this drill with the complexity analysis, you know how to do it intellectually. Are you able to translate it into practice of evaluating whether or not what you rated for the project and what actually happened? Do you get to go back and look and kind of provide a feedback loop on correcting anything that you may have misjudged or not thought of during the process? And that would go, you know, that would include things like, do you feel like you underrated it and maybe need to go back and kind of readjust how you observe or perceive sort of a complexity or a risk associated with the burn. So this is an incredibly short discussion on the complexity analysis, and I don't have any more slides, and I did not want to get into kind of a how-to, but wanted to kind of provide some points of discussion. Hopefully it was a little bit thought-provoking, and that's all I have for this. So are there any questions?
Any questions for Diane? We probably have time for a question.
Can't get back.
Diane, the document that you looked at, the escape fire reviews, do you have a link to that maybe you can provide? That would be interesting, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, that's cool. And that is interesting about underrating the burns, especially prior to 2017. That's something that I know we've talked a lot about on the forest, about being realistic about how we rate our burns, and even though it can be a little painful, if they're higher than we think, it's still maybe the best way to go. So I'm glad you highlighted that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, very cool. Thank you very much for presenting that. Excellent presentation. And if anybody wants to ask any questions, just due to time, please put that into the discussion, into the meeting chat. Kind of the idea with this next hour or so is to kind of do like sort of a, a chainsaw rapid fire sort of presentations. Not a lot of depth, but just kind of provoke some questions like Diane said. So thank you very much for that. The next person we have up is actually our forest supervisor, Scott. Scott, are you up? I think I saw you in the list.
I am, yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. I'll let you introduce yourself and the topic that we asked you to take on.
Great. Well, I am Scott Tangenberg. I'm the forest supervisor for the Cleveland National Forest. Been here for just over a year, and am here to chat with you today about the go, no go checklist and maybe some line officer and agency administrator perspectives on that. Obviously, the checklist is pretty standard and straightforward. I think a lot of us think about it and view it as a component of our burn plans and our prescribed burn activities as just another thing to get done, right? It's the form, I need a signature, there's some boxes, let's just make sure these are all set and move along. And yet, as Diane hinted out in the last presentation, there can be some things that trip us up, and there can be some things that we're actually very interested in focusing on in a way that does not represent a just check another box kind of thing. So not to rehash the exact content of a no-go checklist with you all, but to really hopefully engage you all in a bit of a discussion about it. Obviously, the things that we're concerned about include things like weather, fuels conditions, resources, right? What exactly do we need and what exactly do we have on hand? Clearly, there's an air quality impact and concern as well. And Diane again hinted on some of the other considerations that are of particular interest to me as a line officer, an agency administrator, and a manager of partnerships and our relationships with those partners and with the publics that we serve. So although there is a standard checklist, although there are specific questions to ask, and although I have taken the opportunity on occasion to visit with the actual burn boss on some of those specific things, verbally, live, as they're considering tipping the torch. Those are the kind of things that prompt a broader conversation. So I would ask if any member of the group has an example of particular conversation that they may have had with either their district ranger or their forest supervisor about things that were either on the checklist or were maybe a little bit above and beyond what was the checklist, and how did that conversation go? And what were some of the things that were asked or discussed? People can volunteer that in the chat window or come on live and share that idea.
Sure, there's
and I
been
saw,
some. Oh, go
saw
ahead,
to
Scott.
ask Dave Gabaldon. This photo here is the Silverado fire from just a few weeks ago. This was not a prescribed burn, by the way.
It's a good one. Yeah, I'm sure there's been some interesting discussions that folks have had with their line officers about go, no go. Anybody want to volunteer an example? That's a tough thing, Scott, when virtual you can't point to anybody.
I could pick some names out. I could I could ask names I recognize here, like Dana. She's had an interesting discussion on checklist item with a line officer or ranger.
I actually haven't had a discussion formally with line and the no go. A lot of discussions just in burning, plans to burn, and kind of bigger picture type things. But when I guess that stuff to me has all been hashed out prior to you get to that ignition point, and you've worked through most of that already. So sorry, I don't have much to add, but thanks for choosing me.
Actually, that was an excellent thing to add. Sorry, I didn't mean to break in there, Stephen, but a great point that you helped us all reinforce there, Dana, was that for the most part, these things should be addressed and should be hashed out well before the date that you're actually going to choose to ignite. The plan is developed, it is reviewed, it is accepted. Questions that line officers or agency administrators or fuels managers may have about that plan are asked and answered, and those things are really pretty much routine by the time it comes to the actual day that you're going to light. And yet certain things may have changed in the course of time between the time that the plan was put together, reviewed, and approved. Things like, are there new political situations at play, right? So to take the COVID situation as our prime and current example, right? Plans that we may have put in place a year ago or even last January may have had consideration of one level of air quality impacts. And yet, as we started to fall into the awareness of the COVID pandemic this past spring, we had a heightened sense of concern about adding particulates into the atmosphere in the face of a respiratory illness that may be compromising the health of those most vulnerable in our communities. And so that's exactly the kind of thing that a line officer and fuels managers, burn bosses, and so forth should address at the time of ignition, as opposed to assuming that has been taken into consideration across the course of the plan development. Anybody else have a similar conversation they might have had? Sorry, Stephen, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay. I guess I'd be curious if anybody has been told no, come back and provide more information, any sort of conversation like that. Absent that, Scott, I'd be curious if there's any line that you have where you're like, no, I just need more information, and push back. I know you've had experience here in Stanislaus and other places.
Go ahead, James.
Oh, okay. See if can you hear me well? I'm gonna try this. So, new guy coming in. Something that I've had happen, especially in the spring with East events up in Southern Oregon, is having that conversation about when we go out of window for maybe that hour or two. And I feel that that's something that's, really got to sit down with the line officer and explain, make sure that we're on the same page of, hey, we're in prescription to here. What do we want to do at that point? Do you want to call and then when we're reaching that place and tell you that we're shutting down? Do we want to pause for that couple of hours where we have that occurring? And I mean, usually you can get that in the forecast and you know that that's going to happen going into, the burn window. But I feel that that's something that has happened more so lately in the last couple of years with I mean, we talk about the extent of the fire season being longer, but those spring burns tend to have more of an east event, more so than what I recall earlier on, and like maybe within 10 years that has changed, where that conversation is happening a lot more, where it's like, okay, we do have this window, we do have RH recovery, but for about an hour or two, right around 2:30 to 3:30, we're going to be, a little bit on, we'll exceed by an RH, a 2-point figure, or, by a couple of points here, but it's expected to come back down. What do you want to do? How do we proceed? And when the units are larger, when you start, the units are starting to get beyond that 500,000, it's like, that's a question or a conversation that I've had. So you were talking about a place where you really got to be in line with the line officer and have that conversation. That's the first thing that came to my mind. It's like, okay, there are those times. And then you throw aerial ignition, that makes it even more complicated because it's like, yeah, we're looking good for 4 hours before 1 o'clock. We can get a lot done, but we're going to have this 2 hours that we're a little. And so, I mean, that's a conversation that it's what is the treatment that has been done prior to the burning. That's when you really have this in-depth conversation about the objectives and, what are we really gaining or losing if we go, as they say, if we go. So that's my little contribution to it. Thank you for having me. A little nervous in this setting.
Well, thanks for your willingness to share. We appreciate that. Anybody else? Tal, yeah.
Well, one of the things that's come up a bit down here in SoCal is, of course, we get the Santa Anas that roll in and out of the area pretty much from September to May. So some of the discussions I've had with Line and the Forest Fire Chief has been, we have the perfect burn day today, but so situations like that usually require a little more discussion on whether or not we're going to try to capitalize on the really good burn day, knowing that 3 days from now, we're probably going to have a Santa Ana that surfaces. So like most prescribed burns, they aren't lost during the ignition phase. They're lost several days later in a wind event. So down here, at least, that discussion happens quite a bit.
Yeah, something else that's come up, at least that I've raised in some recent conversations, is the availability of contingency resources, right? So none of us exist in our own little box and in our own little bottle, right? We are all somehow connected to and related to many others, whether it's an adjacent forest, an adjacent public land manager like the BLM or state parks, or our adjacent state partners with CAL FIRE. Has the condition that we're experiencing today change to the point where our partners in CAL FIRE are seeing ignitions on their DPA, and they are chasing some grass fires. And if we had built into our plan some reliance on either their engines, crews, or helicopters, are those resources potentially now otherwise occupied, or potentially going to be occupied if indeed a new start occurs? So that's definitely a conversation that I've had with burn bosses and fuels managers as we consider whether or not to proceed forward with our planned prescribed burn or ignition. And then the public, right? So there's you know, a broad interest and shift, I think, for more and more of our publics towards acceptance of, appreciation for, and an understanding that if we don't move forward with a prescribed fire program that is more robust and a bit more aggressive than what we have done in the past, then we will continue to experience wildfire in very much the ways that we experienced this past summer, that it's either burn now or burn later. And at least in some corners of the state, people are very much interested in seeing us burn now, burn it under control, burn it into the right conditions where we can have some good outcomes and realize some fuel protection for our friends and neighbors. In other parts of the West, particularly in Washington, a year and a half ago or so, and Oregon to some degree, they were so impacted by the smoke from the 2017 fires that they actually turned the other direction and came around a little harder on prescribed fire activities, specifically for those smoke impacts. They said, you know, we had to suffer all summer long with incredibly bad air conditions. We don't want to make our publics suffer through even moderate or slightly bad air conditions throughout the rest of the year, in the winter when inversions might set in or what have you. So those have been challenging conversations for land managers to have with state partners and with publics who are weary of having that smoke impact wear on them so significantly, so pervasively, and so long term, to the point where you know, even a minor exceedance in the amount of smoke that might get generated or might get experienced by a particular community is amounting to things that basically come across as reportable incidents. You know, this is an exceedance event that we now have to make amends for in some manner. So bringing the public around is indefinitely an ongoing effort on all our parts. And when it comes to that go or no go checklist point, it is worth just realizing what the current temperature is of our publics and asking that question. Okay, yes, we feel like we've socialized this idea with our publics up to this point, but they had a particularly bad year this year in terms of smoke impacts from wildfire. Are they ready still to experience some smoke from prescribed fire, even though we've been planning it and talking about it with them and getting them used to the idea for months, if not years? So that's, I think, where I'll leave it, Stephen. If anybody has any additional questions for me, I'm happy to address those if we have time.
Does anybody have any questions for Scott? Those are some really important points. I'm glad you brought those up, especially about, you know, people's reacting. We were talking a little bit earlier about the, you know, the fire season we had this year, and you know, now we're going to turn around and put more smoke in the air and what that means. And definitely a consideration. And I know it's a consideration for line officers and all of us that are trying to move the program forward. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Well, if any questions come up, we can put that in the chat and I can forward them to you. I want to be respectful of your time. I know that I believe you're in FLT today, right?
I am.
Yeah.
It was great to be able to spend some time with you all. Thank you.
Yeah, that was great, Scott. Thank you so much. Couple questions from the chat box. Art asked if you can delegate someone else to making the notification part of burning. I guess this probably doesn't directly relate to you, Scott, but I'll answer that, I guess. Unless it's specifically in the burn plan, Art, actually policy allows the burn boss to delegate any of the notifications. Burn boss just has to make sure that the notifications are in fact made and document them. And then as Greg Pelsma, that's a great question. I think I would defer that one to Nicole Molinari, and I believe she put her contact information in the chat box, so I'm sure she has that. So, all right, very cool. Thank you. Our next presenter then is Dana Bray. She had a little bit of intro earlier, but Dana, if you're on, I'll let you go ahead and take over and introduce yourself. You're still muted. There you go.
Yeah, hi, I'm on. Hi, everybody. My name's Dana Bray. I'm one of the field techs on the Cleveland, and I'm going to be just taking a small section of time to review burn plan amendments. So I'm going to share my screen. That's not what I wanted to do. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we're looking at the Burn Boss refresher teams.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Might just have to switch it over to a different screen if you have two up.
Try this. Did that work? Or no?
Nope, still looking at your team screen.
Great.
It's okay. Just stop presenting. Sometimes when it comes up, when you click that arrow, it gives you a couple options for different screens, and you just have to pick the other one. There you go. Try it again.
Let me try doing that. Still nothing?
No, give it a second. Nope, still looking at this screen. For all the people.
Okay.
There we go. Perfect. You got it.
Okay. 5th time's a charm, I guess.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay. So just real short presentation, and perhaps the reason Stephen asked me to share with this topic is because I've had to, submit a few amendments for our district. So I'm definitely not an expert, but I've done a few pretty recently. So been tasked with just kind of reviewing this. So when do we need to do a burn plan amendment? I've had numerous conversations just in-house and, calling Stephen over the years, trying to figure out, do we need to amend it or are we just doing an update? So hopefully this clarifies that for some of us who need a refresher. So we can always refer to the Interagency Prescribed Fire Planning and Implementation Procedures Guide, and it speaks to amendments and when they're required on pages 14 and 15. But basically, when changes to a previously approved burn plan are significant enough to require an agency administrator's approval, then you're going to be going down into the amendment process. Not all changes or updates to burn plans require an amendment. And like any burn plan, once approved, it becomes a legal document. I'm just curious, before I continue, is the size good on this? Because I had to improvise on this a little bit and I'm not able to do the presentation mode. Can everyone see okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. So a burn plan amendment must take place before ignitions. So for us, I mean, we tend to look start looking at burn plans for updates and annual reviews in the summer and fall months, and then we kind of submit everything at once. So whether it's an update or it's an annual review, or a amendment, they all pretty much get submitted about the same time. I think amendments take a little bit longer to process, particularly if a technical review is involved. So just something to keep in mind with that. And then you need to, burn plan amendments must clearly identify the changes in an amendment summary, identify the affected sections and elements in the plan, provide the reason for the changes, and go through a technical review if the agency administrator determines that it's necessary. This is something that I just kind of learned again yesterday, just in talking with Stephen a little bit. I was unclear exactly as when the technical reviews need to be done. So agency administrator will determine that, probably with conversations with the people on the forest and on the district, particularly if they're not familiar with burning, or maybe they're new to the unit or things like that. So it's kind of a back and forth conversation in terms of tech review. And then finally, amendments must be approved with signature by the agency administrator. So when an amendment is required, whenever there are going to be changes or corrections made to objectives in the burn plan, changes to the prescribed fire plan that affect complexity determinations, changes to prescription, changes to project area boundaries, usually resulting in either an increase or decrease in project area, changes required to resource capability, so like qualifications or maybe the number of people or equipment needs, and significant changes to methods used within the plan, like ignitions or holding, anything that's going to maybe affect capability and or complexity as well. So in general, if you're changing any of the first three bullet items, objectives, prescription, or complexity, we're going to need to provide a good explanation on the need for change in the amendment summary, and to provide the agency administrator a clear picture so they can determine the need for a technical review and a decision on approving and signing the amendment. And then the last three bullets, project area, capability, and methods, are more often analyzed in their significance to determine if an amendment is needed. So in other words, we're looking at the magnitude of the change and how likely it'll affect other elements of the plan, particularly objectives, complexity, and prescription. And we know how the burn plan elements are all really closely interrelated. So, if you change one element, there's, a high probability that something in another element is going to be affected as well. So changes to methods, I'm just going to use ignitions as an example. So something that, if you're going to tweak it, it might change your complexity or your objectives a little bit. So ground ignitions versus aerial ignitions, hand-based ignitions versus like more complex firing using, specialized equipment, Terratorch or UTV mounted firing devices. We don't really do waterway ignitions very often, but in places like in the Great Lakes or maybe in Florida, where they might do more waterway-based ignitions, varying techniques might affect that. Minor changes like, real basic changes to firing patterns that don't bring about a significant adjustment to the ignition plan probably won't require an amendment. So if your chosen method is going to change capacity, complexity, or affect the objectives, require a change in prescription due to maybe potential fire behavior, things like that, then typically an amendment will be required. So I'm not going to read every line item here on the slide, but this basically just shows some examples of different types of language that can be used in the burn plan, specific versus flexible burn plan language. And ideally we want to minimize numerous or frequent amendments, so it's important for us to have enough flexibility built into our plan so that if we want to make a change, it can be done without necessitating a formal amendment. So ideally, we will be able to adequately describe what we need, and adjustments will be able to be made and worked in as long as critical things like maybe overhead requirements or production capabilities are not compromised. Additionally, as we move through the different stages of our projects, like ignitions to holding and mop up and patrol, our capability needs can change as well. So it may be helpful to define expectations and requirements of resources in these various stages of the project. So, writing burn plans is an art, and I've done a lot of amendments, it feels like, so maybe we're not doing the best job at nailing down that language, but we all know what it's like to be boxed in or, not have the flexibility there. So just something to consider. And then how those things, how you write it, may put you in a place where, okay, now we have to do an amendment if we're not broad enough. So the last two slides are just to show the cover page. So it looks real similar to, your regular burn plan cover page, at least, I'm sure every forest is a little different, but this says prescribed fire plan amendment. So this will be the cover page. And then I tried to superimpose an actual amendment summary, but it was too small. I couldn't get the picture to embed into the PowerPoint for people to be able to read it. So I just improvised here. So this year on our district, we had an amendment, and the need for change was due to two reasons. Number one, we had a NEPA refresh where we had updated protections and design criteria for sensitive areas like archaeology, wildlife, hydro, basically all of them, and they needed to be captured in the burn plan so that those important items were captured in the burn plan so that we could align that with our objectives and make sure that we were doing what we said we were going to do in the NEPA. And the second item was that actually over time we had discovered limitations in prescribed fire burn windows on our district, because when the fuel moistures were primed to burn, we have a short window and then we hit an LOP for Keno. So we needed to widen our burn window a little bit. And a lot of our other burn plans had a lower fuel moisture. And so we wanted to reduce our fuel moisture prescription parameter to be able to give us a wider window perhaps between, when fuels were ready to burn and when we hit that LOP. So the language is quoted below, and this is pretty much what was in the amendment summary, so the second page in the plan, and it's number one, burn plan has been updated to include design criteria as it relates to prescribed burning activities that are consistent with the amended final supplemental environmental assessment. And I just abbreviated there with the year. And as a result, adjustments were made to element 5, the objectives, and element 9, pre-burn considerations and weather. And then the second line item, prescription changed to live fuel moisture to 60% from 65%. And that behave was utilized to verify projected fire behavior and was found to be in the acceptable range to safely meet all the objectives of the burn plan. Refer to element 7 prescription, part B fire behavior narrative, and appendix E behave data. And the need for change was to increase or widen burn windows, particularly during dry periods with low precipitation prior to the spring season, where we hit the Keno Butterfly LOP beginning in March each year. So that's just an example of what a summary might look like. It's a brief but yet descriptive, why and where we can find the changes so that the agency administrator can quickly refer to these items, take a look, and get to the meat and potatoes of why you're changing it. And that's all I have. Just to sum it up, amendments are necessary with changes to burn plan objectives, prescription, and complexity, and are likely to be necessary with changes to project areas and when methods or capabilities have been affected or will be affected. Are there any questions, comments? I'm sure that there's other people here that have done amendments and maybe they have more insight or things to share. If not, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. That was great, Dana. I appreciate that. Was very well done. Anybody have any questions for Dana about amendments? She has, like she said, done many, and she does a very good job of them. That's why I asked her to do it. This presentation. appreciate you sharing that example from the burn plan as well too. I think that was a good example too. And one thing I was thinking of in addition, we've done a lot of amendments. We have a lot of burn plans that have been around for a number of years, and one of the other things that we have to do amendments for, right, is policy changes like the complexity analysis, like Diane was talking about, where we did a complexity analysis changed a couple years ago, so we had to amend all the burn plans, and so it's something that you will do routinely or non-routinely sometimes. So, Linda asked if you can get a copy, I believe, of the PowerPoint. Is there any way that you could attach that into the chat box? If you go into the meeting chat at the bottom, there's a little paperclip, and you can upload it there.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. I'll test my technical abilities. Yeah, no problem.
We'll sign you off as a Type 1 Teams member after this.
Oh, please don't.
All right.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Dana. If you have any questions for her, she'll be on the rest of the time, I believe. So who does that bring us to? I believe Lauren. Yeah, Lauren Blake from the San Bernardino. Are you on?
I'm there. I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, because my mic on my computer doesn't work very well sometimes. So, hi, everybody. My name is Lauren Blake. I'm the fuels officer, prevention officer on the San Bernardino National Forest. And thanks, Stephen, for inviting outside of the forest. I think this is a great format to do, and I think we're going to be looking at doing one similar to this in January. And so thanks a lot for that. And Dana, yes, I think one point for that, if I can just tag on to the whole amendment thing, I think sometimes we're reluctant to do amendments because we're afraid to go through the work, but really sometimes it's not that much work if we can just get it clear, concise language and put it forward, you know. So thank you for that. It makes it maybe a little less scary. Stephen asked me to present this video. It's a great video. It is a little bit more on the managed fire side of things, but it is a very good video to kind of watch. It's going out there. It brings up a lot of good topics that we were talking about already this morning. It's more of that it has some managed fire side of things, but it's very pertinent and very relevant to the prescribed fire, burning for objectives, some of those decisions we've actually been talking about already. So it actually kind of summarizes, there's a lot of different topics in here that we've already talked about. So it's an excellent video. I don't have a whole lot more for my portion, except go ahead and present this. And if there's discussion in the chat afterwards, I can monitor that until the end of the burn box. Thank you. And here it, can you see it okay there?
Yeah, so far so good. And anything anybody wants to put in the chat box during the video, we can sort of live tweet it that way too. I think that's what the kids call it. There's no sound. Do you need to be unmuted, Lauren?
Can you hear it now?
No. Uh-oh.
Okay, hold on. See if we can do this. Doesn't play through that. To be sharing, like we talked about just earlier, the technical difficulties, right?
Yeah. Should have tested it. I guess if it doesn't work, we could always give them the link, but that's a bummer. I hope it does.
Hold on, let's see here.
It's not muted on the actual video or anything, is it?
No.
Okay.
That's muted. Do you want to try from your side?
I guess I could try, sure. I don't know that I'm going to be any more successful than you, but
Yeah, it's disappointing because this is a good video.
yeah, it is. I can try if you would like.
Yeah, let's see, because you know what? Hold on, let me try one other way.
Okay.
Maybe Teams doesn't like Google. Maybe we can, because I opened it up in Explorer too. That working at all?
Just give it a second. No, I can't hear anything now.
Okay.
Do you want me to try it on my end just in case there's something weird?
Yeah. Okay. If there's any.
All right. That's too bad.
And I'll stop sharing.
Okay.
That's interesting because I've played videos before on those and it's worked. So I don't know why it's not doing that connection.
All right. So we got some instructions from somebody. It's YouTube. You have to send the link. Like, James, come on here and tell us what to do, man.
You have to send the link.
Oh, do you have to like open it in the in Teams?
Yeah, you gotta send a link in Teams, and then they have to just view it on pretty much on their own. When I did the Code 3 course, that was a problem I ran into with Teams.
Oh, for real?
Oh, so it's YouTube limited then.
Yeah.
You can't just play YouTube and have it also reflect in Teams. Let me try one thing here, and then if not, I guess you're off the hook, Lauren. But I appreciate you try.
We can bring up a little bit of discussion if need be, but yeah, I don't want to. We only have a few more minutes left, anyways. But that's a bummer. But I would highly recommend if it doesn't work, whatever Stephen's trying to do. I would highly recommend. It's about 11 minutes long, and it's definitely got a lot of good discussion points on exactly all the fire effects, working with your resource officers, working with decision makers. It kind of is all encompassing. Please try that.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Let me know if you hear it. Nothing?
Nope.
Nothing at all. All right. Well, if this is our only failure today, then I guess that's probably doing pretty good. All right.
Sorry about that. And so yeah, we probably should have checked that. I've done a video, but it wasn't YouTube, so maybe that's exactly the limitation there. So, but yeah, so I highly recommend that. And like I said, the burning for conditions and burning for the actual desired fire effects is something that is so we get so in the suppression mind, especially in Southern California, but just overall. If you've been brought up in the suppression world and getting into the burn boss side of things, that's one of my passions. I grew up on the suppression side of things, but then I had some background in education and like, forest management and stuff like that. But it's like, okay, how do you connect those two? And it was, it's something that it's hard to make that bridge. So just making sure we're keeping in mind why we're out there burning, meeting those resource objectives, decision makers, those complexity analysis, and how we can really monopolize on some of these big treatments that we have been doing. And I think we saw it a lot. Almost everybody who's been on fires this summer, these fires are bumping into not only the previous burns, but also treatments. And then we're actually being able to do a lot less heavier. We don't have to do as heavy impact to be able to suppress the fire within those treatments or in those fire scars. Because it's already reduced and done the job of reducing those fire effects. so that then we don't have to leave such a big scar on the suppression side of things. So the more we burn, the more opportunities I think we'll have and reduce that fuel loading. So go take a look at that video when you do get time. And sorry it didn't work this time, but thanks for having me.
I appreciate you trying. Maybe we can figure it out for the next Burn Boss refresher.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to download it or something. Maybe that's what we need to do. That's a good point, though. Like what you said, though, that's as important as anything. I was talking to, I think it was Travis Thane, told me that the Creek Fire bumped into the Lions Fire that we managed a few years ago up on the Inyo. There's probably some people that were up there. And there's other examples of that. We have a few minutes. I wonder if there's anybody that is out there. Gabe, I see your hand is raised. That saw some of this fire on fire effect this year, because there's a lot of research that's coming out lately about like identifying large fires or bumping into previous managed fires and other things that we've been doing. So anyway, I'll be quiet. Go ahead, Gabe.
Hey, sorry, this is about the last thing. If you go to share your screen, the little, share content button, and then there's a little toggle switch in the top left corner that says include computer sound. And if you turn that on, it should share the sound from the YouTube video. You see it?
Do you see it, Lauren? Are you looking?
On the afternoon of May 20th, was reported toward the south end of Oak Creek Canyon between Flagstaff and Sedona, Arizona. The first ignition, firefighters raced to protect 300 homes and cabins that sat nestled between Oak Creek and the walls of the steep, narrow canyon that bears its name. Amazingly, no homes or other structures were lost in the critical first 24 hours, or even later when the fire pushed up the canyon and began to threaten neighborhoods on the outskirts of Flagstaff. Much of the terrain is steep and rugged, not the type of country that firefighters prefer for taking on a fire directly. So after the initial threat to the homes passed, fire managers decided to take an indirect approach, using confine and contain strategy. Over the course of several days, crews along the north fire staged burnout operations, igniting low-intensity fires using drip torches along the roads and trails to halt the advance of the main head of the fire. In areas that were difficult and dangerous to access, helicopters dropped PSDs, perforated spherical devices, think ping pong balls filled with combustible chemicals, to light fires on the canyon rim and on the tops of slopes and ridges. These firing operations robbed the main fire front of the fuel it needed to make runs up the canyon. Although this strategy increased the total acreage burned, it lessened negative impacts to the forest, the watershed, and the threatened and endangered species such as the Mexican spotted owl. Most importantly, this approach provided for the safety of the more than 1,200 firefighters working on the fire. Within the fire footprint, a variable mosaic burn pattern formed within a few areas scorched by high-intensity fire. In these blackened areas, most of the trees were killed and vegetation was consumed. However, larger green areas with lower intensity fire effects surrounded these few black pockets. Here, the fire moved across the forest floor, burning grasses, shrubs, and dead fuel on the ground. Most trees survived with their canopies intact. Much of the burnout operations were conducted at night to take advantage of high humidity and low temperature, which helped keep fire intensities low. The overall impact of the firing operations was very similar to that of a controlled burn, and fire officials believe that the burnouts will have considerable benefits for the forest over the next few years. In the new era of multiple objective fire management, there is increased flexibility to accomplish suppression and protection objectives, while still working to minimize negative impacts on the forest and resources.
Well, many of the fire suppression techniques can have impacts on ecosystem properties, particularly those that disturb the earth, dozers and even wide hand lines, or hand lines that are left unrehabbed after the fire is over. The use of aerial delivered retardant is also somewhat controversial and can impact fisheries or other aquatic ecosystems if dropped in those systems. A direct hit is obviously going to have some damage.
Then there's things like burnouts, which can be, depending on how they're implemented, they can be pretty severe. So you can see a lot of vegetation killed, by those kinds of actions.
But if you're just lighting up huge areas during severe weather conditions and extreme conditions, you're getting severe fire effects. So there's a lot of direct and indirect and cumulative environmental impacts that come from fire suppression. It's not necessarily protecting or preserving forest ecosystems.
If the local unit can provide a map that has all of their threatened and endangered species habitat, that has all their values at risk, their archaeological sites, those kinds of things identified, that's a huge help. But not only do they need those places identified on a map, they also need to have some kind of information of what they want from that. So for instance, if you're looking at Mexican spotted owl habitat, you might actually want fire in there, but of low severity. And so that needs to be clearly articulated to the management team, is that that's exactly what you want. You don't want it necessarily protected from fire, you just want more of a low severity fire. And then the management team can then say, okay, well maybe we'll backburn it at night or something of the sort and still get fire in that area. While some archaeological sites might have a historical cabin or something, that's definitely a protection response where they don't want fire anywhere near it. So they have a different response to that. So it's not only identifying where you have values, but what those values mean for that incident management team, where we can see fire or where we don't want fire at all, or maybe we even want some high severity fire in some of the higher elevation vegetation types.
I think what we're seeing is a trend towards more indirect tactics and strategies using natural features or man-made features such as roads, and then just burning out from those features makes for a stronger control line and more secure oftentimes, rather than going as we have historically more direct. For example, on the Horseshoe 2 fire, we did that kind of tactic in an area that was very popular for birding habitat. So in the end, that area was preserved from destructive fire and ran low intensity fire through that using that particular tool, and in the end accomplished a desirable outcome.
Another example is the Dameron fire that occurred in southern Utah near St. George the same year, 2005, where a fire had run up into the Pine Valley Wilderness and down into the flats where several communities occurred and isolated ranches and other structures. We were aggressive in containing the fire in the lower portion of the landscape, protecting the communities, but at the same time only flanked the fire as it entered the Pine Valley Wilderness, and then did not put fire line in at the head of the fire in the wilderness and allowed it to burn unimpeded in that portion of the fire perimeter. The outcome was a good mosaic burn within the wilderness, and all of the structures and communities in the lower portion were protected.
Every wildfire is an opportunity to treat a landscape. It depends on what the conditions are, weather conditions, etc., are for that specific event. But if we can start to really use those events as opportunities to treat our landscape, I think we'll see a lot more positive effects from fire.
So in the park, we view every ignition as a potential to have some sort of ecological benefit. And having wildfires have ecological benefit doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a 2,000 or a 10,000 acre fire. And it doesn't mean that the fire has to burn only in low intensity everywhere that it burns. And so we see that fires of different size, different spatial scales, fires that have burned close together, fires that have burned far apart, any of those fires can promote ecological resilience and can promote heterogeneity on the landscape, which is ultimately what we're looking for in our fire management program.
There's always a concern when an outside organization comes in from another area that's not familiar with local conditions.
In some cases, teeny species or other critical habitat may be damaged by suppression activities and may not be damaged by the fire. And so those kinds of bits of information are very important for the team to understand just as soon as they get there, or even beforehand.
what is important, why is it important, and then how important is it. That's what we want to get to, because that's going to help formulate what strategy we want to do, and from that strategy we'll have the tactics. And so for a particular fire, we may have a very intense, aggressive strategy, but when we get to other parts of that fire, it may not be. We may be taking advantage of the landform. We may be taking advantage of those fuel treatments that they may have done.
Often, like resource advisors are, they supply information. I think they need to be right there as part of the team in the decision-making process.
Firefighter safety must and always will come first in the way we respond to fires. And thus, because of the buildup of fuels on many of our wildlands, it's forced us to also be more indirect in our strategies, but really think wisely about successful strategies and weigh those, in terms of different alternatives to responding to fires. So
we need to recognize the decisions we make today in keeping the footprint of the fire small may come back to haunt us years down the road when fire visits that site again, because we know fire will revisit all of our sites at some point, and probably sooner rather than later in many of our landscapes due to the way the climate is going.
The indirect tactics used on the slide fire are part of a trend that has been evident across the U.S. Wildfires being managed in ways that can benefit the landscape even while actively suppressing the fire. There's a growing recognition that many of these forests need fire to thin dense vegetation that chokes regeneration and forest health, and also creates favorable settings for more severe fires that can completely consume the forest. Also, climate change has generated hotter and drier weather patterns in the West, and this has led to larger, more intense fires. Fire managers are simply more reluctant to put firefighters out in front of wildfires burning under these extreme conditions. The slide fire is just the latest in a series of recent high-profile fires that reflect the changing realities of wildfire in the western U.S.
Yeah, so there you have it. I know it's a little bit more on the managed fire side of things, but it kind of summarizes a lot of the different topics we talked about today. And I think it also kind of points out that importance for us to do not only on the suppression side of things when we're burning, not to just lick it off just because we want to get that hard line in there, but on the prescribed burn side, provide some opportunities for us in the future for those future fires that we're coming up against. So that's all I have, unless you had any questions or topics. I'll try and help even get back up on the time. Sorry, we went a little long.
No, it's okay. We got plenty of time. Thanks, Lauren, for that. Sorry I had to do your talking points before the video, but we made it work, so that's cool.
Well, and thanks for the tip on how to do the audio, because now I can know from future too. So that's it. Thank you very much for that tip.
Absolutely. Thanks, Gabe. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Lauren. All right, cool. So the next and last actually conversation point or thing in the agenda here is actually to discuss escape fire reviews. This is one of the actually sort of mandatory items. So what we're going to do is talk about the South Main Divide, and then assuming we have time afterwards, I'm going to go through a regional escape fire review and analysis that I did. If we run out of time, I'll just cut that off. So I believe our presenters are Scott Grasmick and Cole Weisgerber and Andrew Miner. All guys on. Who wants to take the lead on this one?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Scott Grasmick, the Fields Battalion Chief on the Topeka Ranger District, and I was the holding boss for the South Main burn, and then transitioned into the IC Type 3 when we had the escape. And so some of you may or may not know we did have an escape on March 6th of 2020 when we were conducting prescribed fires on South Main. And so I've asked Andrew Miner and Cole Weisgerber, my field tech, and one of the captains here that were actually the burn boss and the burn boss trainee, to kind of go through the whole AR of the burn and when we transition to the wildfire, and I can elaborate more into that as the IC, and then how we went through the review process. So on that, I'll turn it over to Cole and Andrew.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so kind of the way we had talked to Cole about doing this is, so I was the burn boss actual. Cole Weisgerber was the burn boss trainee. So I'm gonna have Cole go ahead and take. We'll just do a kind of a brief synopsis of what happened along the burn. Didn't take more than 15-20 minutes. And then once Cole's finished, there'll be a point where he'll transition over to me, and then I'll transition over to Scott once we talk about it. So Cole, if you're ready, I am. And I'll pull up the map too. Cole, do you have the map? I can pull it up if needed. Hello, Cole, you there?
You lose Cole.
Okay. Anyways, well, if Cole's not here, I'll go ahead and take it. So let me pull up the map real quick. Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
So basically, what we'll do is basically in the beginning, I'll kind of go over the pre-brief, how it looked like in the beginning. This will guys will give you a better map. So to make it real quick, coming into this burn, we accomplished a lot of acres this year. Scott, I think if you want to correct me, it was just over 100. I know we did a 1 acre or one plot for just about 90, but up until this point, we were probably well over 100 acres. What we have burned this for this year. So me is going into the burn boss for this actual unit. We knew that this new coming in, that this was going to be definitely one of the more challenging units, probably if the most challenging one going into this dog leg, if you guys can see here. So basically, one of the biggest problems that we had with this unit is that there was no treatment, no prior treatments. All the other units that we had burned previously along the South Main, for those of you who are not familiar, basically just a road that kind of cuts the forest in half. This was kind of like that last bit of what we were kind of going for the year, and then most of this, like I said, was untreated. So when we started, we made sure that me and Cole went over the go no go, and then we also we had a lot of work go into this specific unit. And one of the reasons that I wanted to be the burn boss for this specific unit was because we were able to, I was able to get a lot of the on the ground, boots on the ground information about this specific unit. You know, we as a district, everybody that was involved was out there. They were prepping, they were cutting, they were piling. So this was a intimately known project by all the leads and everybody who was associated on the district. So and we knew that this was going to be a challenging unit. So I'll skip a couple of the formalities, and if I'm missing something, please let me know. I don't have the chat window pulled up, so if someone could stop me if I'm missing something. But kind of what we were looking at would be, you know, we had a lot of resources on this particular unit in the very beginning. We had an Orange County engine, we had City of Corona, City of Anaheim, 1 BDF, 1 Camp Pendleton, 1 CAL FIRE crew, and then we had three of our own resources on this unit. The total area that we were looking to burn was just under 20 acres, all the way from A until F. All of the unit was lined. It was all plumbed. And then the area where we were mostly concerned was the area between A and D, if you guys can see that. And we were actually more concerned, if you can tell, that there's a large amount of houses that butt up right against to that private property. And along those houses, we had really good defensible space, looking at 30 feet plus in most areas, if not more. And that was pretty much void of vegetation. There was nothing there. It was just dirt and maybe some little grass that had came up during the last storm. But to take a shot at what our organization looked like. I was the burn boss. Cole was the trainee. We had John Negretti was one of the firing bosses, and then he had a trainee, Mike Hernandez. And then we also had a FEMO from the San Bernardino, Arturo. And then we had, of course, like you already know, Scott was holding. So we did our briefing in the morning like we normally do. We went over everything in the briefing checklist. We did talk about wildfire conversion, and we were fortunate at that point to have Scott as holding. And we did go over if something were to happen, Scott would be the IC3 if something were to happen. So that was addressed and it was understood by everybody. Where we started, basically looked at where our test fire was over at Alpha and Bravo. To give you an idea, there was a large amount. A lot of these, this whole area was broken up into chunks. So we had the ability to pretty much stop the unit at any time in case something did happen. So a lot of the areas you can see there were already lines, but pretty much at every single letter there was a break in the unit where we could easily stop, hold what we have, and then continue on or stop if need to. So at Alpha is where we started our test burn. That's kind of the area where we actually were most concerned of. There was really heavy fuels, and of course those fuels were right adjacent to in somebody's backyard. So when we started our test burn, a lot of the information that we had got was very successful. And to give you an idea of what the weather was like, when we started our test burn around 10:30, 70 degrees, 35% RH, winds 1 to 3, and very light winds. So, but everything was going really well up to that point. I talked with Arturo, our FEMO. I wanted to get some concurrence on him and making sure that we were meeting all of our prescribed fire parameters. And to give you an idea what the prescription was, relative humidity 20 to 75, winds 10 to 0, wind direction any, dry bulb 85 to 40, dead fuel moisture 5 to 12, and then 10 hours with 6 to 15.
Andrew, yep.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, we had a couple questions. Can you put up the other map? The other guys want to see the map.
Is the map not up right now?
We have the one with the fire perimeter, but not the one that had the holding points.
Oh, the fire perimeter. Okay.
That's the one that you have showing right now. Is the fire perimeter.
This one you're talking about?
No, that's the one has the one you're showing now on the screen has the RC2 unit and then the escape fire perimeter. You have the other one that has the predetermined points, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, all that.
Oh, okay. I thought that's the one I had up. I'm sorry.
No.
All right, hold on here.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
No, I think thanks for letting me know. I didn't know I had that one.
I believe Cole is back as well.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, for some reason it's not popping up. Is that the right one?
No, it's the same one.
It's the same
Okay.
thing.
I'm not sure why this one is not it's not popping up.
Is it the other PDF tab you have to click, the SMD RC2?
Yeah, you're on your top there.
That's this one. The other one is it's a Word document. For some reason, it's not showing up. Put this over here. No, that's not it. I don't know why it's not. I'm not really sure why it's not popping up there. How about now?
Yeah, that one's got the letters right there.
Okay, all right. So sorry about that. I apologize. I thought this was the map that was up. Okay, so you said there were some questions. I'm sorry. I know I'm trying to go quick as I can. I know there's not a lot of time. So
it's all right, Andrew.
No, Andrew, they just wanted to see the screen with the predetermined points as you go through it. So you're good now.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I apologize about that. And Cole, feel free to jump in anytime that you need, or if you want. But basically, kind of what we were looking at is the test fire. We'll kind of go back to the test fire. Test fire was meeting the objectives, and then that was looking real nice up until that point. We had a really good lift on our smoke. Winds were really light, light and variable. And talking with our FEMO and then also with our firing and with Scott, everybody felt comfortable continuing on with the burn unit. And everything was looking really well up until we got to around Delta. So kind of after we hit that dog leg over there at Bravo and kind of started turning that corner between Charlie and Delta, we did have a little bit of a gust of wind coming in from the direction, I guess it'd be coming in from the east. And that kind of pushed along and basically melted some fences, some vinyl fences along private property. And then at that point, we ceased ignitions. We brought over some resources some more resources that were staying over between Alpha and Bravo that were monitoring that area, because that was one of our main focus points. And to go over and basically mitigate it. We did get a small spot over the line. It was about a 10 by 10. We were able to quickly mitigate that. And at that point, Cole said he wanted to handle any of the paperwork and the administrative, at least when it comes to talking with the homeowner. I know we needed to get some law enforcement involved just to write the report, because we knew that there could have been a possible tort claim. So Cole wanted to handle that. And Cole, I don't know if you want to talk about that at all.
Yeah, I'll jump in here for a second, just since this in. So obviously at this point we've impacted private property, so that's a huge decision point. I'm sure we could all agree. So the decision was made for myself to handle we'll call it an IWI, and then have Minor continue the burn as the actual. And for us, for the purposes of this class, this involved quite a bit of stuff. This was conversations with the district ranger, the district fire management officer. The pretty involved process, creating an incident number, talking with the homeowner. It was a lot of work, but the good thing that came out of this was starting those conversations early as a burn boss was huge. Communicating what happened and getting the proper resources rolling early definitely helped in the long run. So at this point, my involvement with the burn was focused primarily with the homeowner and the burning of the vinyl fence. So with that, Minor, I'll give it back to you.
Yeah, and I know I'm going really quick, guys. I know there's a lot of things that happened, and I apologize if you guys want to talk outside of it. I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it. But we did have weather going every half an hour. and the trend stood about the same. You had the low 70s to 30 to 35% RH, which is still well within the prescription. I do remember at one point between Charlie and Delta, just before the impact of the fence, Arturo came up and gave the fine dead fuel moisture was at 11, which was definitely on the higher end of our prescription. So at that point, I was still feeling really good about the burn. So after, like Cole was saying, after we finished the vinyl fence, we ended up taking about a 30 to 45 minute break. At that point, what we were looking at was in between D and E was we had a conversation between myself, Burning, Holding, and we were looking at, hey, do we call the burn now? Do we continue up until the next checkpoint? Because that next checkpoint was at E. And I do remember talking to Scott and to Negretti and to basically all the overhead folks, and that we still had things in place. We still had resources out on the burn, and that we felt comfortable basically disregarding the areas over by F and G and just tying it into the point up until where Echo was. And where, if you can kind of see where that blue line is, we were actually a little bit further south of that. So I remember looking and saying, hey, what we got to tie it in is less than 3 chains. And at that point, we talked about it. We made sure that everybody felt comfortable continuing, and we didn't have any issues. I'm not sure if Negretti or Mike is on the call, but I'm not sure if they want to have any input. I don't think they're on there, but at that point, I felt comfortable. Scott and all the resources felt comfortable continuing tied into this Echo. At that point, the fire was not. It was in a state where it was just it wasn't continuing to fuel itself on any type of fuel. Where we had stopped the burn, it wasn't really moving much. So we said, okay, with the fire tube that we have right now, what we have going, I feel comfortable just basically taking it until E, and then we'll call it out at that point. So that's exactly what we did. We ended up tying up until E, and we actually did then cease burning operations. So shortly after that, not even 5 to 10 minutes, over there where you can see the blue, we did end up getting a small spot across the line. At that point, I remember talking to Arturo. Arturo was saying something to the degree he was actually right there. I was kind of over on the opposite side, so I started making my way over there, and I believe Scott was already there. And it was something that we thought that we could pick up easily with the number of resources that we had. Remember, we did have quite a bit of engines. We had the hand crew. So it wasn't something that I was really too concerned about, but I did start making my way over there. And so I'll make a long story kind of short here, but that spot ended up continuing to get larger and continuing to get larger. There was a point where we almost had that spot up, and I think I'll bring up that map.
Yeah, Minor, we can see it.
Okay, so anyways, you can kind of tell how close we were to trying to grab this spot. But again, to make a long story short in the amount of time that we have, we were having issues with water handling. For whatever reason, the hose continued to get burned over as we were going in. We were able to catch it. There was times where it was looking really good. There's times that we thought that we could have it. I remember going out and having a conversation with Scott, saying like, "Hey, I feel comfortable. I think we need to engage our contingency." He agreed. I said, "Okay, we're going to go ahead and activate our contingency." At that point, take a little bit of a step back, knowing that we're going to have resources coming in. I needed to try to get them briefed and set up like an impromptu ICP over near the road. Once resources started coming in, we were able to brief them. We also had to order more extra contingency as well. And then shortly after that, it continued to get worse. And then right about at if you're looking at spot 3, once spot 3 started getting well established, I had a conversation with Scott asking him to come back and have a real conversation about whether we were going to call this. Those of you who are unfamiliar with the area, we do have a slight downhill push here in the middle of the day. And then just to the north of this, you have the city of Lake Elsinore with a large amount of people. And there was actually a school that was right below it. So I kind of thought about calling this earlier than I think we needed to, but I think long term made the right choice here. So you want to go ahead and take it from there, Scott? I apologize. I know this is super quick, but in a nutshell, that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, affirmative. Thanks, Andrew. And like Andrew was saying, as we chased this thing, we kept it throwing all the resources we had on the burn to the point that we had a very skeleton crew holding what we had originally lit. And then as we brought the contingency resources in, we weren't catching it. We weren't making any progress. So I made after conversations with Andrew, made the decision to go ahead and declare it a wildfire. And we went off the fact that we had this plan prearranged at the briefing. It was identified that if we had to call an escape and declare it a wildfire, that the bird boss would do that. And that's what Andrew did. Me being the chief officer on scene and being ICT 3 qualified, I went ahead and moved into the IC role. And the decision was to make it a wildfire. And the main reasons we declared it a wildfire was the potential of the afternoon winds pushing it down over the rim of the canyon down into Lake Elsinore, and the fact that we were outpaced by the fire's progression, the need for aircraft. I had some conversations with Stephen Fillmore, our division chief, and the ranger, and then we went ahead and declared it a wildfire. We ordered an air attack, 2 air tankers, and the closest helicopter. We ended up getting a Type 1 and a Type 2 helicopter and about 10 retardant drops. They were able to pinch off the head there right about where it says 3,000 on the map and turn the corner on it, and then we were able to stop the forward rate of spread within 2.5 hours after declaring it a wildfire and containing it by nightfall. The overall escape, after looking at it, where it escaped the project was only like 3 acres, but the potential there for a catastrophic wildfire impacting numerous homes and businesses was definitely there, especially with the Elsinore effect that we're known for up here with the winds pushing down canyon hard. So I think the big thing for us was having everything predetermined and talked about, and we have had that plan throughout all the burn we had done previous to this, and it was a pretty seamless transition going from prescribed fire to the wildfire conversion. So Cole, do you have anything you want to add?
No, that sounds about right, unless we're getting into the sort of lessons learned chunk. But I will agree that one of the things that was, to give everyone some background, when I was setting up the burn organization, I had Scott as holding. It was I know it's a rarity to have a battalion chief in a holding capacity, but having that IC3 as holding really, I think, paid off. The role switch from Scott going to holding to IC, he not only knew the burn and the background story and all that stuff, but he also knew all the key players, where people were on the ground, and how to best deploy those resources. So that was something that worked out from my seat. It was surprisingly smooth.
Okay, thank you, Cole. Stephen, do you want to go into some of the review things that we had to participate in, or you want to tag into your analysis portion now?
I can do that after. I can do that in a second. But a couple things about the South Main Divide. Are there any lessons? I guess I'd be curious for you guys of what your main lessons learned were, and then I've got a couple perspectives at the end maybe to share.
I mean, for us, after going through the review process and seeing some of the things that they talked about in the review, which hasn't been released in draft form, but I mean, there were some things that we took out of that where we've changed for the next burn plan that we've just completed and submitted for approval. You know, doing some prescribed or some field modeling for the actual brush stand outside your unit versus inside the unit, and you know, the big thing for us is this area that we treated was a first time entry, and where this thing ran through, there's no recorded fire history in here for 107 years. So there was a lot of dead down component, and you know, we had really about a week and a half if we had rain prior to that, and so it was dry. We were burning on the kind of the medium end of the prescription. So some lessons learned from that is, you know, taking into account fire history, taking into account your fuels conditions and stuff like that. And, you know, I think it was just kind of that Swiss cheese model where, you know, we had the fins get damaged and we were trying to just check it up, and then we had the thing go and it just kind of all snowballed from there.
Yeah. Cole or Andrew, you have anything you want to share in that regard?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I was going to say for me, one of the big ones was, you know, putting this together is we had a lot of resources for, you know, for what was required in the burn plan. We went above and beyond, but a big point that I keep with me is, you know, they talk about it in the suppression world, but it's the right resource at the right place at the right time. We had a lot of resources. I don't know that they were the right resources in hindsight, and I know that how do I say this? In the future, I'll try to focus more on resources that are familiar with prescribed fire, and just understand that there's a difference from agency to agency and in terms of their comfort levels and their capabilities. So that was a big one for me. The second was the documentation. That was something that apparently we did fairly well. Throughout the review process, I got several remarks that the documentation was really good. I think having a FEMO helps any burn boss. I know some burn bosses are still kind of trying to figure out the role of a FEMO and that type of thing. I recommend it to everybody because they can handle a lot of that paperwork for you. And in the event something like this, you know, that documentation is huge. So having your ducks in a row as far as the paperwork was definitely a benefit for us. Even one of the lawyers I talked to was, you know, it acknowledged that the documentation was really airtight, which was very helpful.
Awesome, thanks, Cole. Andrew, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Just a couple things, and I'll kind of second what Cole was saying on both of those points. But one of the things that I wanted to add in this was really the support from management. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this was a pretty good gut punch for me. But I know once you and Stan and our division chief showed up, there wasn't a you did this, this is where you screwed up, this is where you screwed up. They really allowed it to allow the process to go through, turning into a learning point, and really create better slides for me going forward. So kind of that was really important in my eyes. But everything that those guys kind of stole my thunder as far as lessons learned. But those are the kind of the things that we definitely looked at. That's about it for me.
Okay. Scott, did you have anything to wrap up with, or you good?
No, I'm good unless anybody has some questions for us.
Well, hopefully this document is able to be distributed at some point. I don't know what the deal is with the burn with the escape fire reviews this year. I guess the only thing I want to say from an experience standpoint with this burn on the Cleveland, this is I believe the third one that we had declared in the 10 years that I've been here. And it might seem like a lot, but one of the things that's important for me, especially after the first one back in, I think, 2012, the Cottonwood burn, from a management standpoint, is I saw that it was really important to, support the folks and realize that this is a process. It's not something we want to do, but it's important for me to sort of, I guess, reflect a culture that makes it okay. And I'm going to speak to this in a little bit. But it is okay, and I want them to not feel like they need to drag their feet, on declaring that. There's support up and down the line. This is a lot of what I heard in your presentation, guys, was shared risk and communication. I mean, you all agreed what you were doing. You all agreed when there was a little weirdness that happened with the fence that you were going to share that risk to continue and then find a good place to cut it off. You all communicated. I know you were communicating to myself and the forest staff and your rangers and stuff. So it all makes it okay in the end. And we're all still here to tell the story. So I appreciate you guys sharing that. So we have a little bit of time left here. I was hoping to do one more final presentation, sort of pivoting and building off of what you guys are talking about, or what you guys just talked about. Andrew, if you don't mind stopping your presentation. Cool, I appreciate that. And if you have any questions, we can come back to that. So, all right, I'm going to do a quick presentation here, and then we'll pretty much be wrapped after that. I hope you all are doing okay. And now I'm looking for my PowerPoint is all. All right, help me out. Are you looking at my PowerPoint?
Yep.
Affirmative.
All right, cool. So I want to talk a little bit about a document that I actually produced when I was detailed to the region back in June, which was commissioned sort of by the region to do a thematic analysis of the escape fire reviews. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but in 2019 and 2020, there were 4 escape prescribed fires in the region. There was the Caples, the baseball, I believe the round, and then the South Main Divide one that we just talked about here. And so 4 in 1 year is quite a bit. And so there was some discussion at the region about wanting to figure out why there was a sort of bolus of burns and if there's any common themes. So one of the things that I've a skill set I've recently acquired is looking at these thematic analysis. So what I did is I did an analysis of these burns. Like I said, so from October, which I believe was the Caples burn, through March, and then most of the burns actually all happened in a springtime period. There were these 4 burns, and they all experienced circumstances that led them to be declared wildfires. You can read that. The task was really they just wanted to find, what are the common themes, like what happened in a way. Now each one of these burns had their own analysis, but one of the things that you can do is look at groups of events and see what are the commonalities across these. And that's what I was trying to do here in Region 5. So we just used, I used just standard qualitative thematic analysis to arrive at these conclusions. And I'll talk a little bit more about the methods, but mostly the analysis. So the methods were, there's 8 documents, because there's actually the 4 burn FLAs, basically the 4 burn reviews, and then there was for each one of them an supplemental document, and these sort of varied in their quality and content, but there were a total of 8 of these documents. So I looked at all of them, and what I did is I used a program where I coded it, and coding just means you look at the language in the document and you sort of ascribe a theme for the language that's in the document, and you produce these analytic themes and these descriptive themes, and I'll show these to you in a second. We looked at a little bit of numerical analysis, which is just looking at the numbers, which talks about the number of times that these themes showed up within the documents. And then as you see more and more occurrences of the same sort of theme, then you can start to generate some patterns. And then, of course, created a narrative analysis, which just means writing about it, and then wrote the final report. And the reason I wanted to talk about this is that this report is probably going to be coming out sooner than later. So I wanted to at least have an audience to get ahead of this and see what it, and just to provide some of the, I guess, narrate some of the conclusions. So we came up with some research questions. And by the way, if there's any questions or anything, I can't see it. So I don't know if there's somebody else that wants to jump in and help if I need to take a break or something and answer a question along the way. So we came up with some research questions. The research questions were simply, what are the common themes that were identified across these 4 escape prescribed fires? So what are the commonalities? Were there any common recommendations for improvements across these that were made by the review teams? And then, what factors should be reinforced into the future as we continue to prescribe burn? Because clearly, we're going to continue to do prescribed burning in the future. So one of the things I want to say is important to mention is that I wasn't reinvestigating or reinterpreting or even second guessing the conclusions that the original escape fire review documents. So I'm simply looking at the escape fire review documents themselves, not trying to second guess or reanalyze the actual events. So there was no information that I didn't interview anybody else. I didn't go back and talk to the burn bosses. Only information I used what was within those 8 documents. And so I guess the important thing is that if there were mistakes or maybe inconsistencies or things that weren't quite right in the review document, that's probably going to be reflected in what I did. So the intent wasn't to go back and correct what happened. So the first research question was, what common themes could be identified across these 4 escape fires? And I mentioned before that there were these analytic themes, and we found 6 of them. On the left here in this table, you can see that there were 6 analytic themes that we found: fire behavior, fire environment, fuels, human factors, operations, and planning. So as I coded all of these papers, these were the 6 sort of, you call them like sort of main themes that we found. And within each analytic theme, if you look to the right of it, there's these descriptive themes. And descriptive themes are really more, they're more small scale, or I guess what the best term is. They're called descriptive things because they describe what actually happens more. So like under fire behavior, there was fire behavior as expected or fire behavior changes seen. And so an example of this would be if in the document in the escape fire review, the burn boss said, well, yeah, the fire behavior is basically what I expected it to be. Well, then I would code that at fire behavior as expected. And then all the rest of these descriptive themes you can see in fire environment, there's discussion about it being drier, talked about the moisture they received. Fuels was common. Human factors was definitely a big part of it. And so I'm going to go to the next slide here. So this is that numeric analysis. So if you look here, you have those 6 analytic themes, and then you have the baseball, Caples, round, and south EFRs, which is escape fire reviews. And you can look at the bottom, the x-axis is the gross occurrence rate. So that was the number of times that those analytic themes occurred within the document. And you can kind of start to see where these themes shook out with each burn. So for instance, if you look at fire behavior, and you have a fairly even distribution of these occurrences across fire behavior across all 4 of the escape fires. Fire environment, similarly, pretty well distributed, and that just means that it's it's represented. All of these analytic themes are represented across all of the escape fire reviews. Whereas, let's say, look at fuels, you can see the South Main Divide EFR. Fuels was a little bit more present. It showed up more in the occurrences. Human factors showed up quite a bit in the baseball and the Caples burn. Operations, also a big part of Caples, and probably a little bit more round and baseball escape fire reviews. And then planning was a little bit more in the baseball and the round fire escape fire reviews. But the analytic themes only show so much. The next thing we wanted to do, or the thing we wanted to do really in looking at this first research question for common themes, are which ones were found across all 4. And what we did is we found 8 descriptive themes that were actually found or identified in all 4 of the escape fire reviews. And those 8 were slope and aspect, and high winds surfaced under fire environment. Interestingly, fuels was all 3 of the descriptive themes under fuels were also found in all 4 of the escape fire reviews. Human factors, this is actually what I called a positive, which is demonstrated shared risk. And all 4 of the burns, demonstrated shared risk is showed up. Operations, resources not available showed up in all 4 of the escapes, and planning consistent with policy. So I found in all 4 of the burns that all 4 of them were in fact consistent with policy, which is another sort of positive. And this is the same graph, but now looking at the descriptive themes. And you can see that, say, high wind surface. Let's talk about the top one, Caples. So in that one, there was a lot of occurrences where the people inside the review talked about how high wind surfaced, and that may not have been the whole story for that burn, but it certainly was something that was talked about more than some of the other burns. Slope and aspect, abnormal fuels. Actually, the South Fire really was sort of fuel driven, and Scott talked about this, where it was burning into that 100-year-old fuel bed. Shrub 7, if you're familiar with the fuel models. So that definitely was a driver there. Resources not available. This is an interesting one because it's fairly evenly distributed in occurrence rate across all 4 of the burns. So in other words, all 4 of those burns that escaped, resources not being available, or maybe not the right type of resources. Andrew and Cole were saying it was something that was present in all of those. And then again, all 4 of the burns demonstrated shared risk and were definitely consistent with policy. So it's kind of interesting. And then we also had what I called 75% themes, which is nothing more than 3 of the 4 burns had these themes. 3 of the 4 burns were drier than average, had some communication problems, holding planning was inadequate, and sometimes the contingency was unclear. Now this is important because we talked about this earlier, where the contingency resources being unclear has been talked about often. It didn't show up in all 4 of the burns, but it showed up in 3 of them. So it's definitely something that, as a pattern last year, we're seeing. And I think pretty much everybody on this call would probably agree that sometimes contingency and what it means and what it is exactly can be sometimes unclear. So the research question 2 was, what common recommendations for improvement were made by the review teams? And I actually didn't find any. There were none found across all 4 incidents. So this was kind of a null research question. In fact, no more than 2 of the reports actually had the same recommendations. So there were never more than 2 of the recommendations that were shared. Some of the things that we saw, though, were like, the need for press releases, sometimes funding limitations that were either real or perceived were reported, and then the fire behavior modeling sometimes was reported as being an issue, but again, not consistently. And the last research question was, what factors should be reinforced for future operations? One of the things that we saw that worked very well actually was there was a lot of reported clear and consistent communication between the fire and line folks when we were burning, and this is something that we need to carry forward into the future. There was a lot of risk sharing, like Scott was talking about, talking to the line officers, talking to the forest FAM staff, and everybody on the ground especially. There was a lot of that shared decision making, and then continued being aware of what our policies are. We don't want to run afoul of policies, so making sure we are well versed in policy, which is something on the Cleveland. You guys know I've been talking about policy for a long time, just because knowing those policies becomes very important. And then finally, recommendations that I sort of pulled, this is from my own experience, looking at some of the aspects from the burn plans, is that some of the issues that we saw with the pile burn plans, especially when they're programmatic, should definitely incorporate site-specific concerns. And what this means is just that sometimes we do burn plans where it's a burn plan for the whole forest, but some of the issues they ran into is that when you have it washed across the whole forest, if there's specific issues, like say a specific drainage, or it's next to a set of community or something that might not be reflected in the burn plan. So we should definitely make sure that those are in there and reflected so that you can address it. Because one of the things that happened was that there was some sort of known holding issues that were identified in a few of the escape fire reviews, but because they were programmatic plans, they didn't reflect that level of granular detail. Another thing that I recommended was that, when you get these large scale weather patterns, like basically long-term drying or a wind event, and there might be a good idea for advisories related specifically to prescribed fire operations. we're all used to seeing these come out of for wildfire situations, but we don't see this as much for prescribed fire. And I think it might be a good idea to have them sort of be a tickler for us during the wintertime or in the spring and the fall burn seasons. And then some of the things that happen was a lot of times fuel moisture monitoring is not being conducted at all times, that prescribed burning is going on. And sometimes that was something that showed up in some of the reviews, that fuel moisture monitoring, it would allow people to have a little better idea of what their actual fuel moisture levels are so that they can make better risk-based decisions upon that. And then, paying for contingency resources is always an unknown, especially with cooperating agencies. This is something Robin talked about earlier about getting those CFMA Appendix Fs in place so that we can have a known payment mechanism for that. And I recommend doing a regional contingency fund. And, I think that this is more towards the region, I guess, but I think we can continue to look at these escape fire reviews through a social science lens and kind of see what some of these factors are, and decision factors would be good. And again, a culture should be developed and supported where, declaring a burn is not seen as a failure or not seen with a negative stigma. And that was oftentimes mentioned in these escape fire reviews, is that people didn't want to declare the wildfire because they didn't want to have that stigma of having to do it, where really a lot of times that's the right decision to make, and so we should be okay with that. So anyway, in a nutshell, that was the review, and I hope you guys see it. So I just kind of wanted to go through that real quick. It's a little after noon here, so I guess I'll open it up for a couple questions before we end. But are there any questions or anything at this point? I know I'm sure. I'm looking through the comments now here.
Yeah, Stephen, Kevin Osborne had a question in the chat box.
Okay, Kevin, let's see in the presentation. Oh, okay. So declaring the wildfire, it's a good question. God, I'd have to look up the PMS 484, but I believe the guide actually says that it should be sort of a shared decision. It's something that we always do. Like me personally, the direction I've had for a long time on the forest here is actually to have the burn boss be the actual person to declare it, because the burn boss is the person who is legally responsible for the burn at the moment. I don't actually think that the agency administrator holds that responsibility via policy, via the actual 484 or the FMS 5140 policy. So that's my understanding of this. Puts this with the burn boss. Okay, yeah, okay. So I guess you point that out. Sorry about that, man. Yeah, I actually don't think that it should be the agency administrator or, like, say, the fire chief making the decision to declare a wildfire. At the very least, it should be a shared decision, in my opinion, and I would stick to that. I've just seen it happen too many times. And the reason is you don't want to take that decision out of the burn boss's hand, because the burn boss is on the burn. And sometimes you have to make that decision rather quickly, because as we know, you get into that decision wedge where you, like Scott had talked about, you need to get, aircraft right away before it slops off over the edge. So you need to have those communications. But so Kevin, you could jump on, man. What's the direction that you've been given? Is that from your forest, or where's that from?
So I don't know exactly how far back it goes, but I've only been doing burn plans in Northern California on a couple different forests up here, and that has been the direction that I've received from forest level, is that in Northern California we've been told, and I don't know where it started or where it originated, but what we were told is that was a regional thing, that Randy Moore wanted all forests in Region 5 to have their forest supervisor be the final declaration. And this was one of the issues with the Grape Fire a couple years ago, was that it didn't get declared a wildfire right away because one of the forest supervisors involved wanted to use the maximum amount of time possible to see if we could pick it up, and it caused a ton of confusion.
Huh.
And so I know that this is something that, at least the northern forests, have ingrained, and I think it's what's taught at the northern prescribed fire, classes 301 through 41. That in California, Region 5, forest supervisors have been asked to hold that power, and so the burn plans up here all say that. And if that's not a regional thing, that would be really good to know.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've looked at the 5140 supplements. I don't remember seeing it in there, and I've been writing burn plans.
Written down.
Yeah,
But it's the way our plans are all written.
that would be something that would be interesting to follow up. I'll follow up on that one and see if I can find it. It might be one of those random memos that just got sent out forever ago.
Right.
We're certainly not following that, and that's not consistent with national policy either, for the record.
No, it's
so.
definitely not national policy. Certainly the NWCG policy and the burn plan template puts that with the burn boss.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Is there anybody else that has perspective into that? Linda or Lauren or anybody? Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I was just pulling up the 484, and it doesn't spell out exactly who there, but I know that we typically go. Burn boss has the discretion after this. Burn boss is the only one that declares the wildfire after consultation with, of course, the agency administrator and everybody else. And so it'd be interesting. I have never seen from the region that it was going to be an agency administrator. That doesn't ring even a remote hintly anything that I would have seen for many years. So it'd be interesting to see that if something that's missed. And then I was looking quickly through the 5140, and I just didn't get to the actual one saying, because I was just looking this up for our wildfire declaration for our burn plans. I think they were saying it was part of the 5140, but yeah, I don't think it's at the agency administrator level. I don't think even in the recent reading it hasn't been there. It's been more the burn boss in consultation, after discussions with the forest fire management officer and the agency administrator.
Yeah, thanks for looking that up in the 484. I think Linda's hand was raised. I don't know if that was from earlier. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, this is Linda. Yeah, I'm agreeing with whoever was speaking earlier. My burn plans say that prescribed fire may be converted to a wildfire by the burn boss after consultation with the district duty officer, forest fire management officer, forest fuels officer, and appropriate line officers. So it is it's a conversation, it sounds to me. Thanks.
Okay, and thanks for posting that, Ruby. I think that's what Linda just said. So, yeah, we have a good contingent from the Tahoe, by the way. I appreciate all of you guys. Yeah, so that's a good conversation. Is there any other questions? I know it's 7 afternoon, so I tried to get us out at noon. I apologize for running a little bit late, but I do appreciate you guys allowing me to. I wanted to present that analysis before it gets out in the wild, I guess, a little selfishly. So thanks for that. All right. Well, I don't want to belabor it. I really want to thank all the presenters, which were Minnie, Stan, and Robin, James, and Nicole, Diane, Scott, Dana, Lauren, the other Scott, Cole, Andrew, and everybody. Really appreciate you jumping in on this one and you all attending for 4 long hours. I hope it was worth your time. I'm going to post the roster thing one more time in the chat box. So if you haven't gone in there, it looks like most people have gone in, and looks like most people have gone in and signed themselves in. So I'm going to leave it at that and let you all go. I'll stick around for a little bit if anybody has any follow-up questions, but I'll release you at this time and just thank you for all your time and the presenters and everything. Hopefully be able to see you all in the future and get some burning done. We're #free in the piles. I'll go ahead and post this here. If I can get to it.